Give it one more go. Yes, indeed it is. And thanks to our good friends at Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. All interviews today, the interviewees will be vying for the Cobram Estate medal for the good oil. And very shortly, Jordan Roughhead, who's on the boundary line, will be with us. Before that, the number one interviewer in town is Josh Gablich. Welcome to you, Josh.
Hello, Jared. Good to be with you ahead of this blockbuster tonight.
What's the big news today?
Well, clearly Michael Voss is the big story. Jared, is the big story that we'll get to once we get to Jordan Roughhead. I want to talk about Tom Doedee as well, because he's going to play for the first time in a very long time.
Excellent news. Well, down on the boundary line, Jordan Roughhead has taken our phone call again, or at least our microphone again. Welcome to you, Jordan.
Thanks, gents. Good to be on.
Well, there's a bit at stake tonight. There's top four position, and whilst we can all take chill pills, as Dr. Hines said about your 3 losses out of 4, you wouldn't want to make it 4 out of 5.
No, you never want to lose, do you? It's a competitive industry, and clearly we've got a bit of work to do. The season continues to give you feedback, and our last month of results is telling us we've got some work to do. So, been a quick but busy turnaround from the last game, and we're looking forward to getting out here and putting our best foot forward.
Love your ends. They're 3 magnificent players, and you got plenty of talent at the Pies, but to bring those 3 in particular, Mitchell and a couple of defenders, is fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It's great to have Tommy back in. Done a power of work and clearly came back into the team a few weeks ago. Went out last week, but it's nice to have a Brownlow medalist come back into a game where we need to get our hands dirty. And the other 2 that are big ins for us are clearly Howe and Frampton to support our defensive end. Howie incredibly keeps getting better with age, and Billy's a massive support for Darcy and the other guys down there. So it'll be good to have those 3 back in the mix for us tonight.
Jordan, Josh Gablich here. This time last week, Jared and I discussed Tom Mitchell and the decision you made to squeeze him out of that team. Take us inside match committee this week, because Ned Long remains in there. Jordan Doedee's back in the team. Take us inside match committee and the decision to pick Tom Mitchell again.
Yeah, look, it's a challenge, isn't it? I mean, one of the blessings we've got is we've got such a talented list, and a list that bats really deep. So every week there's guys that are probably unfortunate to miss, and there's guys waiting in the wings. I look at a guy like Will Parker, who has played a handful of games this year and is going really well at VFL level, but just can't crack it because we've got such a strong mix and an experienced list, and it is a challenge for those guys. And Tom clearly came off a really long layoff with his injury. Came back into the team and was doing Tom Mitchell things. He was getting busy, he was getting his hands dirty around the stoppages. But again, we've just got a plethora of mids that we've got to find the one each week that we feel is the one that, not necessarily deservedly, but misses out. So it is great to have Tommy back. Again, we need to get some territory dominance from the stoppages tonight. So he'll have a big job on his hands, and hopefully he can just be the best version of him.
Been a lot of focus on Dan Houston. He's been compared to the numbers that he used to get at Port Adelaide, where he played in the same position, but probably in a different role, and certainly in a different team where he's given a lot more of the football. What's your approach with him tonight?
Yeah, look, I spent a lot of time with Dan. Clearly, as the backs line coach, we spend a lot of time together, and the conversations I've been having with him, mate, it's trying to keep the external noise out a little bit. It is a challenge, clearly, when you come in as a really high-quality player into a new team and you're expected to have the same or even greater impact than you had at your previous club. And the conversations that we've been having is a little bit, it's about him, but it's also about the way that we've been playing over the past few weeks, and sort of the challenge that we've had offensively in moving the ball the way we want to. And he's been getting in really good spots, but the ball hasn't been finding him, or his teammates haven't been finding him. So it's a little bit of him, but it's a little bit of those guys around him. And hopefully tonight you'll see a little bit more, the ball in his hands more. We want the ball in his hands because he is such an effective and efficient user of the footy, and we want him kicking it inside 50. But it's also his teammates being able to get the ball in the parts of the ground that we want it.
Jordan, you stuck to a really clear plan with Jordan Doedee last Saturday night. What's the plan with him tonight? Are you going to let him off the leash?
Yeah, I hope so. Full noise. He's such a talented player that comes in and has a huge impact in games. So we're hoping to see him for the best part of 120 minutes. What that looks like exactly, I'm not 100% sure. We've got the brains trust in Jared Wade, who's one of the best high performers in the business that I've seen. So I'm sure that he'll be spending some time looking at GPS numbers and all the rest of it, and making sure we set Geordie up for not just for tonight but the rest of the year. But I'm certainly hoping to see him for majority of the game.
Tonight, Steele Sidebottom becomes the second Pie to reach 350 games. You played with him, you're coaching him now. Been so durable around the journey. What's the secret to his consistency and his success?
Yeah, I read something only today. He's missed something like 42 games since he's been on a list. It's an incredible record, and we're also so proud. Or I shouldn't say proud. It's hard to be proud for someone, but so grateful to be part of his journey. Just a small piece of it, as you said, as a teammate and now as a coach. And what's the secret? The secret, I think, is just you talk about love for the game and you talk about passion and joy, and there's one piece of footage that stands out where he sort of passed the seas against St Kilda a few years ago, and you can see him smiling before he's even kicked the goal. And for me, that just paints a picture for him. He loves the game so much. He's infectious to be around. He's a sort of once-in-a-generation glue stick type player that has the ability to be winning Copeland trophies but also being best mates with the VFL captain at the same time. So he's an incredible story of resilience and longevity, and I know I'm one of very, very many teammates that will be watching him tonight and hoping for an absolute ripper from the rest of his team to celebrate a champion.
Pies assistant coach Jordan Roughhead is with us on the boundary line. You're lucky to have played with so many great players at the Pies, and you're a great player yourself, Jordan. It is the last month of the season. You've been through it as a player and as a coach. Does it take its toll?
The last month?
No, the whole season, and you come into the last month. You're just sort of hanging on.
Oh, it's interesting, mate. Clearly it takes a toll physically, emotionally, mentally, the length of the season. But I think the biggest challenge is that July month. And as soon as you get to August, the grass gets a bit greener, the days get a little bit longer, and the sunlight gets a bit brighter. And so, yeah, the rest of the season takes a toll. But I think this is the month that you sort of come out of that, and particularly when you're in a position that, I mean, we're still in the qualifying phase for finals, but all going well, we'll get there and hopefully go pretty deep. And the enjoyment you get and the energy and the buzz around the club becomes stronger, and this is one of the easier months of footy to play. So boys are excited to get out there. We've had some really good quality opposition over the last few weeks. This is another one tonight, and I know there's been some talk about it externally as a final in August. We're just excited to continue to get to work on our processes and continue to get better.
Jordan, just on July, Craig McRae a few weeks ago revealed that your training load had really lifted in that month, coming up to shorter breaks. Talk us through that, because that was quite interesting.
Yeah, again, it's one that I go back to Jared Wade, our high-performance manager, who works really closely with Craig McRae and Hayden Skipworth in making sure we've got really good plans around athlete management and also training load management. And they clearly look at the schedule, the upcoming schedule, and see a 6 and a 5 day break, and identify that we're not going to have huge opportunities to train through the last couple of weeks. So we try to get a little bit of a top-up load into the players in the weeks leading in, and make sure we're setting ourselves up again, yes, with the weekend coming up at the forefront of our minds, but with one eye on what we need to set up for in the weeks following. So again, we're trying to bank some quality training sessions, make sure we're managing our players the way we need to set them up for long-term success.
What worries you, what concerns you the most about the Hawks?
What concerns me the most, I mean, I'll look at a bloke like Jack Ginnivan, who's had 2 really good games against us over the last 2 times we've played them.
Yep.
Their high forward line is a real challenge. They've got some great operators there who run really hard and fast and want to get in behind you. Clearly their midfield again is I mean, they've got talent all over the park, don't they? They're a good defence, they're a good midfield, they're a good forward line. So we'll have our challenges across the park. We continue to believe that we've got great talent and great system in all 3 areas as well. So it should be a ding-dong game, and hopefully we get a big crowd out here tonight as well. And hopefully it is treated a bit like a final in August.
Jordan, it didn't take long after Simon Goodwin's departure was announced on Tuesday for the Contenders to start being linked to that vacancy at Melbourne. How ready is Hayden Skipworth to be a senior coach?
Oh, I mean, he's certainly one of the next few. I would have thought he was one of the last, my understanding anyways, he was in the last 2 to 3 for the West Coast job, and has clearly been identified as one that's ready to take the next step. So as much as I love working with him, hopefully I'm not working with him in the near future because he's a head coach somewhere else, or I am because I love working with him so much and he brings me across. But he's a great coach, he's a great connector of people, and hopefully, fingers crossed for him, that if it's something he he wants, he'll go and go get after it and get one of those jobs soon.
Last one from me, another one on your coaching panel. I've just seen Scott Selwood interviewed pre-game, obviously universally admired across the competition. We know what he's been through this year. How much more involvement has he had in your footy program across the last month?
Yeah, he's been back in our program full time for probably the last 6 weeks or so. So he has had his personal challenges, and for us, it's just been about supporting him in the best way possible for him to be a really good person and the best version of himself again. I think he's enjoyed being back in the mix, and he loves working with our forwards, and he's a really good footy brain, and I've certainly valued having him back in the mix and supporting me in my coaching as well.
One final one, Jordan. What time do you get to the game? How many hours before the bounce?
Too early, Jared. I get here and I sit around and watch the boys warm up. I'm probably here 2 hours before, but I don't sort of start this is my first official duty for tonight, so
right.
are we hour and a half out, so I'm probably half an hour too early, to be honest with you.
No, well, you've done us proud, and we do appreciate you getting there early. I only ask that because I'm looking at the SEN box, and they're on air in 45, but not one person there. So their preparation is lacking at this stage, and I've just compared it to an assistant coach who's on a pretty good wig at the Pies, but not the sort of wig that our blokes are on. Good luck tonight, Jared, and I'll wish you all the best. And thanks for getting there half an hour early.
Thanks, Jared. Good on you, Josh. Cheers, guys.
Jordan Roughhead. Have a look at that. I mean, where's the preparation there?
Well, you know who's going to be in the box tonight, I believe. He's Adam Simpson, and he's enjoying life away from the coach's box. I know he loves a Thursday, goes out for a great lunch after he's in here with Jared Waitley.
Reads the West Australian.
I don't think he reads the West Australian anymore, Jared.
I don't think he should.
No, but I think he goes out for a nice lunch on a Thursday, as you would.
I reckon they're dining together, tuned into Sports Day, and they'll be giving us the bird very shortly. Now, I'm getting plenty of texts on the direct line suggesting that maybe one of the problems down at St Kilda is that Windhager has been given a big offer that they may be trying to solve. Have you heard anything about Windhager?
A big offer elsewhere.
I
haven't heard that. I know that he's got a 2-year offer from St Kilda. I don't think it's enormous given what they've committed to with Tom De Koning and what they're trying to do with Nazai Wanganeen-Millera. I think he'd be a good get for someone that can get him out. I know he wants to stay. That would be his preference. He's settled there. He's 4 years in.
Local bloke.
Come through the journey with Mitch Owens.
Despite he's an NGO, he went to St Bede's, I think, or lives in Mentone.
Yep. Lives with Nazai as well.
Work that out.
But it's interesting. We've focused so much, Jared, on Nazai being unsigned at round 22.
Yeah.
Marcus Windhager's unsigned at round 22 as well.
Well, this is the issue that, as soon as that 1.7 number came out,
some are going to get squeezed.
Well, you don't know whether it's real. Some say it's 1.4 with options, and some say it's 1.7, but, it's a big number. And so everybody else at St Kilda who's out of contract go, well, hang on. It's a bit like what happened with Collingwood. As soon as you start throwing 900 to this bloke and 900 to that guy, and then guys go, well, hang on, I'm here and he's there and he's getting 3 times what I'm getting. That doesn't make any sense. So it's you got to be careful what goes public, I think. Otherwise, you end up with some problems.
Yep, definitely. It's going to be an interesting balance to see what happens there, especially with those list situations, Jared. So we'll get to the Saints because I want to talk about them at some stage tonight. Okay, well, let's get stuck into Tom Dodie, or Dodie. As you said, he's been guaranteed the spot. He's been selected, or he will be selected tonight by the Brisbane Lions. He is in, Jared. First AFL appearance since round 12, 2023. That's when he did his knee for the second time. Yep. He moved from Adelaide at the end of that year as a free agent. He was picked to play in March last year. Did his ACL again at training. It's been a very cruel path for him. Clearly missed out on the premiership last year, and it hasn't been a smooth transition back. He's played 12 games in the VFL this year and had a lot of complications with his knee and some soft tissue issues coming off that ACL repair. But with Ryan Lester out, he comes in round 22, and who knows what's possible. This guy has been so highly rated for a long period of time, but he's been crippled by injuries, and right now he's got the spot, and who knows what happens. I think this has all largely been forgotten because of Brisbane's, magnificence in the grand final last year, but they have put up with and dealt with so many injuries. I mean, there was 5 reconstructions there at one stage, and you just wonder, will they get them all back at the one time? And they'll be the strongest VFL team in history. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, they've been stacked for a lot of this year, but
Is McCarthy still having a crack?
no, they put a line through him for this year, but he's got a contract for next year. He was sort of racing to come back because of his future, but they've just a bit too tight, a bit too risky to come back with inside, 5.5 months. So he won't come back this year. Giddy Coleman's up against it to come back. Lockie Neal's going to miss the rest of the home and away season. So they're starting to get some injuries at a bad time, but Tom Duday is a very handy inclusion in August, especially given what he's produced in the past. And if he can get up and going, could be a real boost for them in September.
Where do you expect him to play?
He'll play down back. He'll be one of those sort of mid-range key defenders, so he'll slot in nicely with Harris Andrews.
Well, given that that's where they're getting their injuries, I mean, Leicester's out and we know Payne's out for the entirety of this campaign. It's amazing to get another highly rated half-back, and he can play tall, he can play small, to come back into the team.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of clubs are trying to get him back in 2023. Chose Brisbane, just been unlucky not to play so far, but he'll face Sydney at the Gabba on Saturday.
I can see a head in the SEN box. The head's down low. I'm not quite sure who it is. It's Ben Lyon over there at this stage. It looks like it's Ben Lyon. In fact, it's Brooksy. All right, Brooksy, give us a wave. Thank you. He's there doing the preparation, which is fantastic. And AFL Nation will kick off with Gerard Waitley and Adam Simpson straight after we go off air. And, of course, the pipe is after answering about 45 phone calls today. The pipe will have another crack at 7 o'clock.
He'll be getting a coffee right now in that media centre.
14 pints of milk. Not sure he's a coffee man, but Adam Treloar?
Well, I went out to the Whitten Oval today, Jared, to get a bit of an update on how far away Adam Treloar is from returning, because it is round 22. I didn't expect Luke Beveridge to compare the All-Australian situation to something he dealt with at St Bede's Mentone back in 2008. But you just never know where he's going to go with his presses. But he calls the Adam Treloar situation the Michael Hazel approach. Now, Michael Hazel was a gun in the Ammos almost 20 years ago. And in that year when they went C, B, and they were chasing the three-peat, that famous three-peat, Michael Hazel, their best player, missed most of the year with hamstring issues, got back for a final and dominated, and they went on to win the premiership. So he's been saying that to Adam Treloar. Quite incredible, in fact. But
who is going to get Michael Hazel for an interview? Somebody on SEN tomorrow has got to get Michael Hazel up.
Well, I tell you what, if they reach September and Adam Treloar gets back and plays well in a big final, remember this day, because it's just one of the classic Luke Beveridge anecdotes which he reaches into from time to time. But with 3 games to go, I don't know if we'll see him in the home and away season. He essentially ruled him out of that round 24 clash against Fremantle. But if he can get back and play some VFL before then, he didn't rule out picking him for a final, which would be a big move, given he's only played the 4 games this year. We kind of forget, he was an All-Australian last year. Game runner-up in the best and fairest, was amazing. Imagine getting him back and firing in September.
I think this is where Kane has been over the top in criticising the Western Bulldogs, because they've dealt with a fair few injuries, and they've dealt with this bloke who was All-Australian last year not having impact at all. I mean, to be able to regenerate your midfield with a couple of kids, Fraser and
Kennedy's come in,
Richards Richards coming off the halfback flank. I know that's a 2-year program, but it's been a pretty good rebuild.
Part of their issue this year is being without Marcus Bontempelli and Adam Treloar to start the year. Liam Jones even earlier, they were 2 and 3. If they were 4 and 1 or 5 and 0 to start the year, they're not outside the 8 right now.
Okay, we'll move on. The big news, of course, was Michael Voss. What have you got to add?
Well, just in case you're getting in the car and you're getting updated for the first time, this is the big story of the day, clearly, Jared. Michael Voss will remain coach of Carlton in 2026. The Blues confirmed this afternoon after last night's board meeting at Princes Park. Voss will remain in the role for a 5th season now. Graham Wright spent the last couple of months, Jared, speaking to players, coaches and staff to make a decision. He reached out with Rob Priestley last night at the board meeting. He's about to start clearly as the CEO, but last night he presented to the board and his recommendation was to go with Michael Voss again in 2026. So that's been unanimously endorsed by the board, locked in. Now the watch is on what happens with the coaching panel, what happens with Brad Lloyd, the head of football. Is there any change to the list management team? But what we know here today is that Michael Voss will coach again next year.
What about players?
Well, that's a big watch as well.
Who have you got the watch on?
Well, Charlie Curnow's a name that doesn't go away. I know he spoke on the record a fortnight ago and dismissed that, but that just doesn't go away. I know he's got 3 or 4 years left on his contract. Sam Walsh, some clubs view as a pre-agent and potentially a target. I don't think so. I don't think he leaves this year. Tom de Koning is gone. We know that. And Jack Silvani, I think most people now start to believe that
well, if he's gone, the question is, where's he going?
Collingwood's clearly in the box seat for Jack Silvani. They did the early work on him. Jay Clark reported yesterday that he met with Brad Scott and Essendon. The Western Bulldogs is a club that he's yet to meet with, but they have interest in him and expect him to meet with them in the coming week or two. The thing that's piqued clubs' interest is his free agency status. He's 28, he's a free agent. Clearly you don't have to give a lot to get him, and you don't have to give anything in terms of a pick. So other clubs are interested. Yeah,
it would appear as if he's got a suite of clubs that he could choose from. Lachie Neale running laps today, says Steve in Brisbane. Well, Lachie Neale, Steve, finished off the game last week, so it doesn't surprise that he can run laps. I'm not sure what the injury is, but...
quad strain.
Yeah, I know that, but what sort of quad strain? I mean, if he's got a torn quad, as in the muscle... I don't think he's finishing off. There must be something else, whether it's a sheath or whether it's something else that allows him to run, but I think clearly there's a concern if he keeps on running, some other damage is going to
Is it a good sign that he's running 4 days later after that game?
It's a good sign, but it suggests it's not the muscle. It suggests it's something else. Daz from Frankston tells us that he's got it on good authority that Windhager has got interest from the Giants. So clearly there's some financial implications that the St Kilda are going to have to match for Windhager. Hasn't signed. Good player, getting better. Plays as a run with most of the time, was released against Melbourne and featured strongly in the miracle at Marvel.
Yeah, I think the offers unders for what he's produced so far. Yeah, and that's the situation because of what they're committing to.
Okay, we'll move on. Yeah, what's happening at the Tigers?
Well, a fair bit going on at the Tigers, Jared. Tim Taranto will return on Saturday against the Saints. Missed the last couple of weeks with that calf issue. Josh Smiley has been ruled out for the rest of the year with another soft issue. Speaking of quad strains, he's got a quad strain now, so been a really disappointing debut season for him. Only managed the 4 VFL appearances. This is a guy, Jared, they took a pick 7 last year and we're hoping to get a heap of footy in 2025, so that just hasn't worked. They're going to take the long-term approach with him, and we'll have to wait until 2026 to see him. But
that's bad luck.
Speaking of 2026, we're going to see Dion Prestia again at Richmond. They've committed to going around with him one more time because they don't just rate the on-field, because he's had a big impact since he's come back from that Achilles issue, but they love him as almost an on-ground coach. He's been really influential for that young group, especially helping that rebuild.
Well, he's been a great pickup. I mean, it was a big loss to the Suns. The Tigers did well dining out on a couple of the Suns players and took them to a couple of premierships. Interesting that the boots on the shoes on the other foot at this stage, with the Suns now enjoying their moment. But the Tigers aren't far away. They're rebuilding and they're doing it really well. The commission sat today. What did they discuss?
Oh, you got a good little bit of intel there, Jared.
No, I haven't got any intel. I'm asking you, what did they discuss?
No, they've met today. They're going to meet again tomorrow. AFLW was the main topic on the agenda. That kicks off next Thursday night.
What's the concern there?
Well, the concern is around crowds and building this into a beast. Clearly, they've grown really, really quickly.
Yep. Now
they're trying to consolidate and really generate interest heading into, I think it's season 10.
Yeah, I think the issue, one of the issues is the lack of people and eyeballs watching the games. They've got to somehow generate some more interest. You can tell us what the Commission said about the NGAs after we take a break.
Kia's first ever ute, the Kia Tasman. Go to kia.com.au to book a test drive.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 juicy 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of melty cheddar cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce.
This is Sports Day. We'll be back in a moment.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
This season, the AFL Nation commentary team are in your lounge rooms on SEN Sync.
The $1 million shots! How do you like that?
Download the SEN app, tap the SEN Sync button, then watch the game listening live to AFL Nation commentary in real time.
It's a thumping drop punt, and is it written by the gods?
SEN Sync. Every kick, every moment. Changing the at-home experience for all sports fans. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Yes, I do, Dee. Loud and proud. Turn it up. Yeah, that's it. Yes, I have hot chips and 6 middies for dinner. And yes, I kick on after kick to kick. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I do, Dee.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
As with finals footy, experience is everything. It's the same with Gliderol, whose 50 plus years of experience means they have the expertise to make the garage door you want. And just like a Defender, Gliderol garage doors are designed for durability and to look great, because each garage door is customised to perfectly suit your home. Discover the Gliderol garage door range or visit the Gliderol Design Centre online to create your very own customised door. Visit gliderol.com.au for your free measuring quote today.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Dupes are awesome. Similar product, but cheaper. Appliances, smartwatches. I even saved on my yoga pants. But what about your bills? Well, Kogan.com's Switch Week sale is on now with super duper deals on mobile, internet, insurance, and energy plans. Similar to the other big providers, but cheaper. Switch to Kogan Essentials for super duper Switch Week savings. Available for a limited time. Go to Kogan.com now. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome. T's and C's apply.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. For $1, you can flip an expert tip from an expert tipster. Tipper uses real-time results and unbiased statistics so you can follow tipsters who are running red hot. View tipster performance across tracks, distance and conditions. Plus, if their tip doesn't profit, the tip is free. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app, that's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Need power, lighting or fuel solutions that don't cost the earth? Green Power Solutions is Australia's #1 sustainable rental hire company for generators, lighting and hybrid power systems powered by sustainable fuels that can cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90%. From major infrastructure projects to high-profile events, we combine innovation, reliability and environmental responsibility to keep your site running and your sustainability goals on track. Search Green Power Solutions or call 1-800-GO-GREEN.
Off the bench with Hutchie and Pickers from Macca's and Tyre Power. Everyone knocked it back except a well-known law firm. I said, that sounds like I'm crazy to me. He said, fun fact. So, according to Skins, Amanda sold the first deal, a BlackBerry deal in Australia to a law firm. That's crazy, Skins. That's crazy. You're just trying to get yourself in the show and you got it again.
Off the Bench, Saturday mornings on SEN.
Kia's first ever ute, the Kia Tasman. Go to kia.com.au to book a test drive.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 juicy 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of melting cheddar cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce.
You're listening to Sports Day.
Yes, indeed you are, and Josh Gabelich is with us, and plenty of people have got their texts on the line. Oscar Baker is not far away from joining us, but answer this one for us, Gabbo, before we go to Oscar. How is it fair Collingwood plays tonight where the Crows play the Sunday late game in Perth against West Coast, given that they play against each other in one of the most important games of the year? Seems unfair for the Crows. Thanks, Michael, from SA.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's the next Saturday night. Collingwood, Adelaide.
Yep, it's a big game.
At the Adelaide Oval. That's going to be a ripper.
Trying to work out the logic about the draw, Michael, is like trying
the fixture's not fair. Simple as that.
Fixture's not fair. There's another F word I think you could have thrown in there, Josh, but we've got a special guest coming up.
We do, Jared. Oscar Baker is not just a Western Bulldogs wingman, but also a Breast Cancer Network Australia ambassador. He joins us ahead of Sunday's annual Pink Lady game against Melbourne at the MCG. Oscar, I sat down with you earlier in the week. I got to know a lot about your story, but this is clearly not just a significant game for the club and for the game, but really a significant game for you and your family, given what you've been through.
Yeah, g'day, lad. Thanks for having me. Yeah, definitely. Always one I definitely look forward to in the calendar, and yeah, love being a BCNA ambassador and helping them support all Australians affected by breast cancer. And yeah, I think the Pink Lady match is such a significant day for the organisation in particular, but one I really look forward to as well. And obviously with my personal connection, it's a little extra bit special. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
I know a lot of people in footy are aware of your story, but you lost your mum, Trudy, to breast cancer just before your 19th birthday. Melbourne were a few months away from drafting you. You made a promise to her on her deathbed. Can you tell us what that was and why you wear a black armband every game?
Yeah, to I guess summarise it, my mum was my biggest supporter growing up, and it wasn't the easiest footy journey for me. I had a lot of setbacks and got told on numerous occasions I wasn't good enough, and mum was kind of the one that always reassured me that she thought I was good enough and could make it to the top level. So, yeah, when she started to decrease and fall ill, I just made the promise to her that I would make it to the AFL and fulfill my childhood dream and the one she thought I could achieve. So I guess to be in the position I am today and to have been able to fulfill that and still be here 8 years later is something I'm truly proud about, and I'm sure she would be too.
Lots of pink out at the club today. There'll be plenty of pink at the MCG on Sunday. Just tell us how the Western Bulldogs have embraced the Pink Lady game.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I actually had a really good chat with Bevo today, and he was really open and really wanted to listen to my story. And then he kind of got up in front of the playing group today and told them all about it, and tried to get them fired up for the weekend ahead. And it kind of touched him as well. His mum went through a similar thing. She went through all the treatment, but luckily for her, she's still here with us today. So, but yeah, the boys have been awesome. There was plenty of pink beanies getting around at training today, and a few of the boys will be putting the pink lace in the boots on Sunday. So, yeah, I'm truly grateful for all of them getting behind it as well.
Don't worry about the pink laces. My wife is a huge fan of your McEnroe type headband. Are you going to roll out the pink headband?
I was thinking about it. I don't think the AFL were going to take it off.
Stuff the AFL. Just go for it. Don't worry. It's your day. Just go for it.
Fine.
I think there'll be enough going on anyway. The headband does a bit quite often, usually anyway, and I'll have the pink lace in the fluoro yellow boot, so I think there'll be a bit happening.
Okay, so you've actually tried to get it ticked off by the AFL, and they've poo-pooed it?
I thought about it, and I spoke to a few people at the club, and they didn't think it was going to get the approval, so I'm going to have to stick with the white one.
Last Thursday night felt like a final, Oscar. You ticked off that big test against GWS. Every game feels like a final right now, given the position your club is in ninth spot. If you lose, your season is essentially over. But how are you treating Sunday? Because Luke Beveridge was asked about this today, and you're not leaning into it being a final, but it must feel like that as a player.
Yeah, I think as a playing group, we actually don't mind the position we're in because you can't really look further than the current week, and I think that's really working for us. We're preparing well every week to just focus on the opposition coming up, and we know as a playing group that Melbourne will be fired up after the week they've had. But yeah, the simple thing for us is we know we have to keep winning games to give ourselves the best chance to be there at the end of the year. So yeah, we don't look further than Melbourne this week. They'll obviously be a massive challenge for us at the G, and one we're really looking forward to.
Now, Oscar, I've been telling Jared across this year about new media and players that are sort of generating content that just hasn't happened in the past. You've got a golf channel called Duck Hook Golf. You do it with Bailey Dale and Anthony Scott. Please tell Jared what it's about.
Yeah, so something we started early last year. Anthony Scott actually came up with the idea initially. We're all pretty avid golf lovers, and the golf content side of things is huge in America, and Scotty kind of saw a gap in the Australian market and came to Bailey and I one day in the gym and asked if we'd be keen on doing something pretty similar. So we started just filming golf content. We usually get out on the course at least once a week, and yeah, as it started just filming on our phones and every couple of holes playing against each other, and it's slowly, I guess, taken off, and we've now got all the camera equipment, the drones, you name it, and we've been lucky enough to bring on a young fella called Charles who actually reached out to us, and he's doing all our editing and videography kind of things now, and he calls himself the CEO. So he's been awesome for us, though. The trajectory's been really good the last month, and the views are going through the roof. So, yeah, the engagement's really good, and really looking forward to the future of it.
I did. Josh sent me a clip or a link, and I've tuned in. It's high quality stuff. How do you monetize that? Which golf company are you targeting?
The big ones in America, like the Good Goods and the Grant Horvaths, I think a lot of people would know about them.
Yeah.
We just want to do our own kind of version in Australia, and we've had a few people reach out wanting to jump on board, which is exciting. And then, yeah, on top of the golf content, we'll probably look to move into merchandise and start selling some of our own gear. So, yeah, I mean, it's something we really enjoy doing. It's a passion we've got, and hopefully we continue to grow, and something we can do outside of footy.
Name your All-Australians that must be in the side. I've had a look at the SEN digital team All-Australian side, a couple of major omissions. Tell me, out of the Bulldogs, who has to be in? No questions asked.
If I had it my way, I'd have Bailey Dale, Ed Richards. I think Libba's severely underrated and has been his whole career.
Yep.
So I'd have him in. And I feel like Naughty, the form he's been in the last month or so, and second in the Coleman now, he's really given it a run.
Okay, so no Bont. You've sacked the Bont. Oh, you've sacked the Bont.
I feel that's just a given these days.
Okay, no, that's a good response. I like that. Now, the Norton one's going to be interesting because his first half was horrible and his second half has been unbelievable.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like having Darth back there now as well, they're both playing really in sync and they help each other out, and Naughty's not getting all the attention as he was when Darth was out the side. So I feel like it's freed him up a bit more, and now everyone's getting the lick of the ice cream. And to be fair, you put it anywhere near those two and you just have full confidence they're going to mark it. So it's pretty nice getting to their feet.
And what about yourself, Oscar? You've had, as you said, you struggled to make it. You've had a few setbacks, and even in season, you've been in and out of the side, but you're in the side. So possession is 10 tenths to the law right now in AFL football, and you've got the spot, and you're potentially going to be playing finals footy.
Yeah, I've had a bit of an up and down year, kind of summarising my journey, but I feel like even being out of the town, I've played some really good footy throughout the year in the VFL, and I guess the messaging with the coaching staff and Bevo was pretty clear, and I feel like I've gone back to the VFL and worked on the things they wanted me to, and come back in the team the last few weeks and haven't really looked further past than just playing my role week in, week out, and I feel like all my strengths come off the back of that. So hopefully I'll come in the team at a really good time, can cement my spot for the rest of the year, and really contribute at the pointy end.
Tell us about Bevo. In many respects, he's his mysterious character. I know him a little bit. I've tried to get him over to Indonesia surfing a couple of times, but he's always got an excuse. One of them was he just won a premiership, which is always nice. But tell us a little bit about the bloke that we wouldn't know.
I think as a playing group, we all love him, and he'll always go into bat for us. He loves his players. And everyone he's got in his life. And, for my journey in particular, he's been awesome for me coming across from Melbourne.
Yep.
My career was kind of up in the air there at one point, and he's been awesome, letting me into the footy club. And I've had to earn my spot back in the team at numerous occasions. But, he has full faith in me, and he gives me confidence to go out there. And particularly this year, coming back into the team, he's really simplified it for me. And loving my footy at the moment, and really grateful for everything he's done for me.
Oscar, it's the first time you've chatted to us here on Sports Day, and I'm really thrilled. You sound like a fantastic bloke. You've got a really strong message coming up, the Pink Lady weekend. Good luck, and I hope your mum would be proud with what you've done.
No, thanks very much, guys. Thanks for having me.
Oscar Baker there, Jared, an absolute ripper. I sat down with him on Tuesday at the Whitten Oval, and we focus so much about the stars, but he is
great story.
Part of the majority. He goes in there every week, doesn't know if he's going to get picked. He's played 45 games in 8 seasons in the AFL and went the long way to get there. He was cut from the Brisbane Lions Academy, and he really has used that to drive him going forward. Drafted out of the NEAFL.
Was he?
It just doesn't happen. I know the NEAFL doesn't exist anymore, but he's done it in a really difficult way and lived through some real adversity. So I think he's a great ambassador for the Breast Cancer Network and for the Pink Lady game on Sunday.
Okay, a couple of texts before we take a break. Long-time listener, first-time texter. Michael Hazel is my cousin. I've reached out to him, Jared, to tell him that you want to talk to him. Okay, Michael Hazel's cousin.
We need that.
We need his number. If you can text through his number, we'll get straight onto him so we get him exclusively. Hi, gents. Gabbo, what do you think of Tom Mitchell to Richmond? He'd slot in nicely for a year or two.
Well, I know he definitely wants to play on, David. I did speak to him a couple of weeks ago, and he put that on the record. Ideally, it would be at Collingwood. Loves playing at Collingwood, but I think there'd be some clubs, Jared, that would look at him. I think West Coast is one that needs an extra big-bodied mid, and maybe he's one of them that they look at. But Richmond, similar age profile of that list. Do you think you can see him playing anywhere if it's not Collingwood in 2026?
Yeah, no, I can. I think Tom Mitchell's got more to give. He'd be a fantastic on-field coach.
Yep.
He's a great coach. He's a great example to anybody who wants to get their skills to the level that should be required. Is there any other big-bodied mids that the West Coast are chasing that you should tell us about?
Not that I can confirm at this stage,
Can you tell us someone that you can't confirm? I'm talking a very big-bodied mid.
A captain of the club. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just asking you the question.
I can't confirm it in this forum right at this point in time, but that is the noise out there at the moment. I think those two Western Australian clubs are going to be quite busy in the trade period. We know Fremantle went very hard for Cozzy Pickett.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the end of their business this year.
Darcy Cameron's
being targeted by West Coast.
Right.
They're well and truly into him, trying to get him home.
What about the Chad?
Well, the Chad re-signed this year.
It's a couple of years away.
No, I don't think he's going anywhere this trade period.
Okay, excellent. Do you know how Harvey Hatterson at Collingwood has been recovering?
Taken him a bit longer to get going than expected. Did his ACL around this time last year, so the hope was he'd be ready by mid-season, but it's just taken him a bit longer.
Johnny Donoghue hasn't slept for 2 weeks. Can you tell him, is there any news on the Messiah?
No news on Naziah, Jared. No news.
No news, Messiah. Okay, time for a break. We'll come back with all the teams after this.
Kia's first ever ute, the Kia Tasman. Go to kia.com.au to book a test drive.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 juicy 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of melty cheddar cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce.
This is Sports Day. We'll be back in a moment.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN sync button on the SEN app.
SEN is always your number one home for everything in sport. From expert analysis, including the latest news, and of course all your favourite live sporting action, SEN is there. But if there's something you've missed, or you just want to hear it again, you can catch up on the SEN app. It's where you'll discover podcasts of all your favourite shows and interviews, and that means you'll never miss a moment again. Download the SEN app and listen back today. Australia takes on South Africa in the top end on SEN T20 International Cricket this Sunday.
At Brighton Homes, they're letting life in with standout homes. No matter if you're new to the game or looking to upgrade, Brighton Homes has the perfect home for you. Where every front porch is a front row seat to the good stuff life throws at you. So come and find the home you've been dreaming about. Drop into a display home today and discover how better begins with Brighton.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grays.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grays. Start bidding today on Grays.com.
Got a Mack, Volvo or Hino truck or anything in between and need parts? Get into Truckline with over 70,000 parts ready to go. We've got Japanese, North American and European trucks and trailers covered. And that means our expert team will have you back on the road in no time. So, whether it's a new rig or an old Warrior, Truckline has all the parts you need. Visit truckline.com.au for your nearest store.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Greenworks is your ultimate battery-powered garden brand for cutting-edge performance. Start in the yard with a big range of mowers, trimmers and blowers. Then take adventure to the next level with their high-performance e-bikes, mini-bikes and go-karts. No petrol, no fumes and no limits. Just pure Greenworks power from your yard to the trails. All backed by a 4-year tool and battery warranty. Go to greenworksaustralia.com.
Where style meets safety, you'll find the new Isuzu MU-X SUV. With Isuzu's intelligent driver assistance system and up to 3.5-ton towing, all backed by Isuzu Youth Service Plus program, the Isuzu MU-X is an SUV you can truly count on. The confidence is yours for the taking. Own it in the new 7-seat Isuzu MU-X SUV. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Off the bench with Hutchie and Pickers from Macca's and Tyre Power. Saturday mornings on SEN.
Kia's first ever ute, the Kia Tasman. Go to kia.com.au to book a test drive.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 juicy 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of melty cheddar cheese, and tangy Big Arch sauce.
You're listening to Sports Day.
Yes, indeed you are, and Gabbo is with us from AFL.com.au, and let's whip through the teams because there's a couple of big ins and there's a couple of big outs.
Just before we get to them, Jared, 2 subs named. Luke Bruce, the sub tonight for Hawthorn. Ned Long, the sub for Collingwood after a bit of a form slump for him. But let's get through the teams because they've dropped since we have spoken to Oscar Baker. Tomorrow night down at the Cattery, 1 change each. Patrick Dangerfield's been managed. Chris Scott confirmed that today. Mitch Nevitt comes in for the first time in a while. Jai Menzies is back in for Essendon. Oscar Smart is the one that makes way. Saturday at the MCG, lots of changes. Tim Taranto's back, Tom Lynch is back, Nathan Broad's back. So 3 big ins for Richmond. Tom Sims has been omitted. Jonty Fall out with injury, and Luke Traynor manage. And for St Kilda, they get some first round picks back that haven't played much footy this year. Darcy Wilson forced his way back in. Mateus Filippo is one, Jared. He's played 4 games this year and comes back in after
real shame because he had a big pre-season, didn't he?
Yeah, then he had the stress fracture in his femur, the plantaris issue. So he comes back in with 3 games to go. Still no Paddy Dow just yet, who's been banging on the door.
Who's going to win that game? Is there a chance for upset?
Well, with those 3 ins, it's sort of starting to make me think that maybe. I mean, St Kilda are gunning for 3 straight, which they haven't done since the start of the year. Now,
sticking with the side.
1 change for Sydney for this game against Brisbane at the Gabba Saturday afternoon. Hayden McLean comes in. Peter Laddams has been omitted, and we spoke off the top about Tom Doedee. What a story. He comes back for the first time in 2 years. First game for Brisbane. Will McLaughlin is also in. No Ryan Lester, he's out with injury, and Lockie Neal's the big one, out for the rest of the home and away season with a quad strain.
So Lester's had a great season, but the concussion has put him out for just the 1 week.
Just the 1 week? Yep, that's the idea at this time. Now, Carlton have made 2 changes ahead of Saturday night's game against Gold Coast. Mark Pitnet has been dropped. Hudson O'Keefe comes in, who can play in the ruck and play key forward, so he's in. Billy Wilson is in. Harry O'Farrell, the sad story at Carlton this week.
Massive blow, that
knee reconstruction. He's been the real shining light in the back end of the year, debuting. Sam Flanders.
He played in the back half for the Blues in their reserves, and yet they were playing him forward in the seniors. Is that right?
He played predominantly down back. He could kick a goal on Sunday, but just before he did his knee. Right. So I think long term they view him with Harry Dean as part of the key feature. Key part of that back line with Jacob Weatery. Now, just the 1 change for Damien Hardwick's side coming down to Victoria. Malcolm Roses is in. Melly Roses, we discussed him last week. So much interest in him out there, so he gets another chance with Sam Flanders injured. The other Saturday night game is at the Adelaide Oval, Port Adelaide and Fremantle. Big ins for Freo. Alex Pearce is good to go again. He's had so many issues with his shin this year. Oscar McDonald's the one that makes way. We know no Hayden Young, at least for the next 2 weeks with that groin. Nat Fyfe is in. Back in, so big inclusion late in the year.
Yeah, I mean, the dream is there for him to play finals and potentially get his flag, and it's probably this year or bust, you'd think.
Yeah. That would be a fairy tale. 4 changes for Port Adelaide. The big one with Connor Rosé. He's back from that hand issue. Willie Rioli is back in. Jack Lukosius is in. And Christian Moraes comes back into that side. 3 dropped players: Jack Whitlock, Dylan Williams, Hugh Jackson, Jace Burgoyne out, I think, for the rest of the year with injuries.
Time for Port to put up or shut up. I mean, seriously, their last 2 weeks have been horrendous.
Putrid, yeah. I can't remember them having this many thumpings.
I mean, Kenny needs a better send-off than that.
Absolutely. Now, just 26-man squads for the Sunday teams at the moment. North get Tristan Cherry back from suspension. Just keep an eye on Geordie Payne, Jared. This guy was taken pick 1 in last year's mid-season draft. 6 in the VFL last weekend, 4 the week before. Had 17 tackles a month ago.
Geordie.
Not confirmed just yet, but the expectation is he'll make his debut.
That's confirmed for me.
Against GWS on Sunday.
When Gabbo says not confirmed, you can guarantee he's in.
Toby Green comes back clearly for the Giants from suspension. James Leake is into the squad. And Jesse Hogan has been managed, so he was pretty sore last Thursday night. I did that game. He really struggled with that foot issue, so no surprise he's not going to make the trip down to Monica. for Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs. Tom Campbell is into the squad.
Campbell.
Keep an eye on him. He hasn't played just yet for Melbourne. He's going to go around again for a 15th season next year.
15 seasons. How many games?
58 games he's played, Jared. One of the great survivors and one of the great blokes in footy, so no surprise they're going to go with him again. And Sunday squads, of course, for West Coast and Adelaide at Optus Stadium. Taylor Walker has been managed for this game. Makes a fair bit of sense, given how much footy he's played this year, and with Collingwood to come next Saturday night, keep him home in SA.
Well, great little summation from you, Gabbo. I'm just looking over there at the box. Are
they there yet?
I can see Jared Waitley. He's in the chair. There's the pipe. He's got half a dozen bottles of milk with him. And Simo, there he is, Simo, and he's got the West Australian under the arm. Stay with us, folks. The best in the business will take you through all the action tonight. It's a huge blockbuster between the Pies and Hawthorn at the G. Round 21 action kicks off. AFL Nation here on SEN. Have a great weekend.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
For the best in racing, you never want to miss Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Don't tell me, Johnny, you're tipping a horse with 49 after winning a listed race.
I am tipping a horse that I think is going to be a star.
Watch the live stream of Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on the SEN app. Racing news, form analysis, and leading racing experts.
Told one bloke before, I said, you didn't back my horse on the weekend, did you? He said, no, I didn't know it was hitting. I said, well, it won. That's why, because you didn't back it.
Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. Streamed each weekday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. on the SEN app.
Look here, look at shorty got back. Should I ask her for a dance? Hold on, there's too many in the wolf pack.
The all-electric Kia EV3, crowned the 2025 World Car of the Year. Awarded for its record 604 kilometres of all-electric range and fast-charging capabilities. The Kia EV3 is your 2025 World Car of the Year. Visit kia.com.au to find out more.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit chaingroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For too long, only institutions had exclusive access to premium investment opportunities. But iPartners changes the game for wholesale investors. iPartners opens up the field to alternative assets with access to opportunities out of reach. Get front row seats to sophisticated investment strategies. iPartners, fund managers specialising in alternative investments, offer the diversification and risk-adjusted returns you need for a long-term outlook. Visit iPartners.com.au and start kicking more investment goals. For wholesale investors only, consider the risks. Learn more at iPartners.com.au.
When it comes to your farm, you're always thinking about the future. And when you do, what comes to mind? Is it innovative tools and tech? You might want to stay ahead of the markets or just need some advice. Whatever comes to mind, Nutrient Ag Solutions can help. With specialists in fertilizer, crop protection, farm supplies, livestock, finance, insurance, and more, we'll help take your business further. Nutrient Ag Solutions. Going further.
Reliable internet should be available for everyone, no matter where they live across Australia. So if you're living in regional or remote areas and are looking for a reliable provider of internet services without the hassles, talk to Activate Me. Proudly Victorian owned and operated, they understand what remote really means and can get you connected with a monthly contract and plan to suit you. For great price internet, no matter where you live, call 13 22 88 or search Activate Me to get connected today.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down, nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade, whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our trade assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade, helping business is our trade.
Capital.com, a real-time trading platform. If you are familiar with the frustration of consistent delays in the presentation of market data which prevent you from making informed trades, check out Capital.com. With real-time market data, lightning-fast order execution and rapid withdrawals. Because if you're an experienced trader, you already know that time is money. So go to Capital.com and start trading without delay. Trading on leverage is high risk and is not suitable for everyone. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
Breakfast on SEN.
Carlton was a big talking point on the back of Wednesday night's board meeting.
I feel like he's in some real trouble.
The way the football club's leaked, I can't believe that a decision would have been made and then them believing that they're going to be able to hold that decision.
Board can convene at any time.
And we spoke with New Swan CEO Matthew Pavlich.
The media's been great, but I think the pivot into leading a team again and getting back in clubland has always been of interest to me.
Switch to a Kogan Mobile low-price phone plan.
We acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which the upcoming match is being played. We would also like to pay our respects to elders past and present.
He thought about passing off and thought better, kicks to the goal square. Curnow brings it to ground and kicks his third. There's some momentum about Carlton now. He's off the Wizard and they'll be off to see the Wizard.
The 2025 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
And the grandstands are heaving. He's doing it all, Nick Dacos. Jack Higgins from 45 out of the boundary has been able to shake that home. Stewart cooked him. Amazing tackle by Tom Stewart. And that could be a game changer. Rubbles to set up board. 2 bounces. It'll be a great goal.
Every game, every week.
The scores are level, and they're off their heads in the SCG. Curnow grabs it cleanly with the left, and then sweeps around onto the right. Magnificent start. Back to Schultz, outside of the ball, curling for a goal. Schultz is lifting the pies. This could be the closer. It is a monster goal to close it all. The Lions produce a domination to make the golden era proud. The premiership is going back to Brisbane, and for Chris Fagan, it's the greatest coaching story in football history.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
It feels like there's a lot loaded into this match. Collingwood's top 4 chances and thus their premiership run. Hawthorn's top 8 prospects and the fact that they might not participate in September without tonight's 4 points and the redemption of Thursday night footy. Surely all debts get paid back tonight to the jinxed time slot of the season. It's Hawthorn and Collingwood at the MCG, and it bounds with possibility. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food, and Elders looking for an agent you can rely on. Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. Jared Waitley with you. Dwayne Russell is with me. Hello to you, Dwayne.
Jared, excited to be here. Crowd's going to be massive, and look, Simo played in a few maybe remote venues as well, but there used to be a thing when you drove to Moorabbin or you drove to Victoria Park and you'd get closer and closer and closer, and the sick feeling in your guts would get bigger and bigger, and you'd be sure about 10 minutes out that you're going to throw up.
That is the most beautiful feeling in football, right? You kind of feel it coming into the ground today. The closer you get to the MCG, you know it's something big happening, and it's just a joy to be here.
Adam Simpson, good evening to you.
Good evening, boys.
Have you called a good game yet this season?
No, I haven't had one good call.
I'm telling you, West Coast every second week. Fremantle might have given you a couple.
I'll tell you what was
Thursday
fun.
nights and meat stinkers.
No, what was fun and thought, I'm nailing this, was round one. When Carlton played Richmond and Richmond came back, it was my first. I thought, this is great. I'm going to really enjoy this year. And then I'm hoping tonight's the second time I enjoy a game on a Thursday night. So
it's immense in prospect, isn't it?
It is. I think the fact it's at the G too, there's something about that Dwayne, you did mention last week. I thought with the same feeling getting the train into Marvel, but it's a different feel tonight. It's obviously, it looks like a Hawthorn home game. It is. Obviously. So yeah, I'm fortunate enough. I've been through it as a player, as a coach, and now in the commentary box. It does have this similar feel. When you're a coach, there's this false. I'm looking at Sam Mitchell doing an interview down the boundary line now, and he's trying to act cool, but he's not.
Did you like it or not like it? Because you always made it look as if you liked it.
Yeah, I think
you tried hardest.
I think it's the most vulnerable you are as a coach an hour before the game.
Do you think the opposition's listening?
No. So, well, maybe there is some clubs out there. I can only speak from my experience, but in terms of the interview that they do right now, I would every now and then go, listen, can someone actually listen to this and send me a text message if there's anything spoken about?
So it does happen then. Well, it's a little bit of intel.
Not really. No,
if you say, we're going to start with Watson in the centre square for the opening bounce, then if Hawthorn gives that away now, you will get that.
It was probably more the right before the game when you run out. There's an interview right, in the run out with Fox or Channel 7, whoever it is, and that would be the one. I'm seeing them talk on the screen as we're in the box right now. If anyone is obviously listening to us, and you can see Sam Mitchell talking. I would like to know what he's saying, but it doesn't really change other than, hey, listen, Luke, you're getting tagged tonight. So just give what we planned. It's going to happen. Versus if he says we're not tagging, then you could sort of say, listen, looks like they're not tagging, so just release the shackles. So there's a couple of little 1%ers there, but to be honest, the coaches, they do a little pre-match address at 40 minutes out, and that used to be big back in my day as a player. He's Dennis Pagan style, and now it's about dropping the shoulders, tell a story, relax a little bit, go out there, be your best version, which I hear a lot of. And then hopefully they start well. But I don't really know if it really connects.
Was the sick feeling in your gut, was it bigger as a coach or a player? Or did you not have yours churned pre-game?
No, I wasn't to the point where I was physically ill. But I think, I don't actually think it makes any difference whether you're playing in a grand final or local football. Honestly, if you're part of the action, you do have that feeling of performance anxiety. And when you're coaching, it's more of have we done everything right this week? And you sort of drive into the game, you have. Where it gets really challenging is if you're not going to win. And I had the last few years, it was like, can we just not lose by 100 points? Was sort of the vibe I was living in. But for the 8 or 9 years where it was, hey, we're at our best, we'll win today. And what can I do to get that last 10% activation? And that's the coaching, I suppose.
Yep. Our pre-game show is for before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. So you mentioned this is the most vulnerable you are as a coach. So with so much on the line tonight for Sam Mitchell and Craig McRae, now they'll have their own view of exactly where they are, which will be a bit different to what they've said publicly. But I know you always try to shut out consequence, but consequence sits so heavily on this game.
Yeah, the pre-game address is interesting, and the captain's run is a precursor to the pre-game. So the captain's run is yesterday, and that's the theme was yesterday, and today is the final message. And I reckon it depends on what happens last week. So Sam's like, hey boys, just do what we did last week. We don't have to go outside of playing your role. We're in a good space. All these numbers stack up. They're vulnerable. They lost 3 out of 4. Let's throw the first punch, all that type of talk. Whereas Collingwood would be a little bit different. They're like, we're not that bad, boys. Don't worry about the media. I got your back. Our best is good enough. We're used to the big stage. There's some convincing happening.
Yes.
And sometimes it's convincing yourself. So they're both
I mean, Fly's obviously a little bit more experienced, although Sam's been around a while now. It's not like it's his first rodeo. So every now and then you go and drop the hammer and you critique the opposition in a way where, you know, you want to try and instill hatred in the opposition. It just doesn't happen very often. I'm not sure if you fire that bullet tonight. I don't think each coach would be like, you know, screw these guys. Let's get dirty.
Yep.
But that's in the kit bag. Don't worry about that for both of them. And the way Fly handles his press conferences, I think he's got a bit of dirt in him deep down. Don't you reckon?
Well, I'm trying to work out whether it's still what gets said in the rooms is nothing like we believe gets said in the rooms now. It is nastier. You do circle blokes. You do say this guy's, if he takes possession of the ball, make sure you tackle him to hurt. Whether that kind of stuff does get said still.
I remember the last one I did was Todd Goldstein, and I said, look, this guy's a big marshmallow. Because I played with Toddy, and I thought, we could intimidate this guy. Actually, no, I did it with Max Gawn as well. We tagged him in the prelim in 2018, and we said he doesn't like physicality and really get in his face, and he actually didn't like it. And that went all the way through to you know, the round 23 game. He dominated, and we played him again in the finals, and it was actually a good. So there is definitely a bullseye you can do, but it's a team ethos, I suppose. And I mean, who would you do that with tonight? Dacos?
Well, you have to tackle him legally, but, you know, if you get a chance to
don't let him run.
Hug him hard on the ribs.
We did more.
And
don't
take
let
him
him
ground
run.
too?
No. Ours was if he walks past you and you don't bump him, then I'm showing it on Monday. So it was more just to take him off his line, and then the ruckman can be a bit more silent with their tag. It's more.
So how's that evolved from when Dennis Pagan used to tell you to do it as a player?
Oh, that's a great question, because I was the tagger at North. So I was tagging the Buckleys and Rashudos, and I would say nothing, and then David King would chirp away, as the smart ass he is. and then Glenn Archer would be. I remember tagging Bucks one day. We're digressing, Jared.
Yeah, that's all right.
I didn't say a word, and Arch criticised his courage, and Bucks was like, no, I went back with the flight. I didn't take my eyes off of Glenn. I was like, he was trying to justify what happened. And yeah, so it's the team ethos is the tagging player says nothing, and everyone else says everything, and you're just there. But I don't know. You reckon that still happens? It must a little bit.
You'd know.
Yeah, there's a bit that intertwines these two teams. Is the night Nick Dacos broke his leg was against Hawthorn.
Okay.
There's a bit of exception taken to some of the physicality there. Hawthorn have had a couple of good wins over Collingwood, and then Collingwood spanked them on a Friday night when they really made Hawthorn look second rate, particularly on the physical and tackling side of the game. So that's the most recent meeting. I think there is a little bit between these two player groups.
I think what happened last week with Dacos and Brisbane just team whatever they did, do you think they'll do that, or they'll send someone to him? Because Sam didn't tag Sarong a month ago, which I thought was a mistake. And you just don't want him being best player on the ground today and Collingwood win. That's from a coaching point of view. You do your what ifs on it. So you got your captain's run. You meet an hour before you meet the players, and you go through as a coaching group, right, let's go through our what ifs. Or what if Dacos has had 12 touches in the first quarter? Okay, well, here's the caller that we put on. What if we can't get out of our back half? What if we lose a ruckman? What if we, there's all these what ifs that you do, and then you have it written down, and someone's there taking all the notes, and in the box, when you get in there pre-game, all the what ifs are written down for who your preferred sub is. What happens if Dacos gets off the chain? So I'm sure they've got all that set up, ready to go.
Yep. So Cam McKenzie was their tagger. He's not playing. So it does seem as if Sam maybe won't. If they included McKenzie, you'd think he maybe will, but you can't. Well, how do you best beat Dacos then, given what happened last week?
Well, it's interesting because they don't really have someone, whereas some clubs have a player. And what Dacos does well traditionally is he goes everywhere. He goes half back, half forward, deep forward, out of the pocket, where if you're Sarong, who just plays on ball, that's an easy kill. So do they look at what happened last week with what Brisbane did? What Brisbane did do above the one-on-one matchups is they went hard at taking the game on with a bit of speed. I don't think Collingwood likes speed in the game, with their profile's not as dynamic as it was 2 years ago. And from what I've heard and seen, if you take them on with a chaos game, they're not as predictable as a slow game where they get down the line, they point, They get their system set up behind the play. So I do think. No, really, no. I reckon we're going to see a turbo type of game in the first quarter, and it's like, let's have a good swing at this team, if you're Hawthorn, and try and take them on with a bit of speed.
All right, so who to tip tonight? SEN AFL tipping has been running right throughout season 2025. You can win weekly prizes or a finals footy experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong Ream. Sign up at tipping.sen.com.au. The teams are unchanged. The subs Luke Bruce, as it very well looks when selection was made. So bringing in the specialist sub, and Ned Long is the sub for Collingwood. The Bruce side of things fascinates me as to how he's going to use him and when and for who and what happens if there's an injury.
They'd have that plan. I think I heard him talk about they have a half-back flanker who can flip anywhere. That was something that I think was mentioned a while ago. So you've got to have someone with flexibility on field to, whether it's an impy who can flip forward or someone who can get on the on-ball.
Which they did down in Tassie, so they've done it a couple of times this year. Weddle was the guy, but he's not playing. So you're right about that. I reckon you're spot on. So I thought Jath might have been the sub tonight because they do like having a running half-back as their sub, Hawthorn. But you're right about Bruce. I'm trying to work out whether a lot of clubs are going to do this in the finals, have an experienced guy as their sub. Geelong could do it with Mitch Duncan. He might be a bit slow, but at least he's coming on with the wherewithal. Brody Smith could be that option for the Adelaide Crows. A lot of clubs have got an experienced guy they could do that with.
Well, the question tonight is the tools, isn't it? Like, what are they... It's almost like, no, we know what we're doing. Everyone else doesn't know. We're going to go tall again, and we'll prove you wrong. A bit like the double ruck at Fremantle. I think in the end, we've all been proven a little bit wrong.
Unless they finish ninth.
And then we're right next year.
And then you know what? We're the right ones.
Yeah, that's right. But they could finish fourth and have the last laugh.
It's still all in hindsight there.
I reckon they've won 2 or 3 games in the last 5 weeks, Fremantle, with that 2 rucks in the last quarter, just overpowering teams. But going with the 4 tools 4 weeks out and then not working and then doubling up, that is a typical Sam Mitchell move, which some of us love.
It's game on at Hyundai with offers like the dynamic Tucson from $39,990 drive away. Before we delve right into the preview of this game with Adam Simpson, let's head to the break by getting the odds update thanks to PointsBet.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. Built different.
Jules de Stoop here with an odds update for PointsBet tonight. We're at the MCG, a huge one this between Hawthorn and Collingwood. The Hawks, they're desperately trying to hold on to a spot in the top 8, while Collingwood need to steer the ship after losing 3 of their last 4 games. All of a sudden, their spot in the top 4 even is no certainty. Now, the Pies go in $1.63 favourites, with Will Day's injury a massive out for the Hawks, while Jeremy Howe comes back for the Pies, and that will go a long way up to shoring their defence alongside Billy Frampton. Now, for the multi tonight, PointsBet suggests it's a night for the Pies to make a statement about being serious contenders, getting back into the top 2. So the first leg of the multi is Collingwood head-to-head. Now, if Collingwood win, there's one man who is likely to fire, the current favourite for the Brownlow medal, Nick Dacos. He's on a goal streak at the MCG, having kicked at least 1 in each of his last 6 games at the ground. So for 1+ tonight, Nick Dacos is the second leg of the multi, paying $1.71 with PointsBet. Then there's Jack Ginnivan. He certainly loves playing against his former side. Jack has had 30+ disposals only twice in his 84-match career, both of them against the Magpies. He's averaged 21 disposals in his last 5 matches and looks a reasonable price to do so again this week. So Ginnivan 20+ is paying $1.74 with PointsBet and rounds out the multi. So the final same game multi from PointsBet is Collingwood head-to-head, Nick Dacos 1+ goals, Jack Ginnivan 20+ touches against his old side. The price $4.40. Massive game for both sides, this one. The Hawks were really good against Adelaide last week without getting the chocolates, but the Pies have got some big guns back, and I think they'll just get over the line. Should be a thriller in front of a big crowd. The Magpies by 8 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by the PointsBet AFL Tracker. PointsBet, built different. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
When it comes to your farm, you're always thinking about the future. And when you do, what comes to mind? Is it innovative tools and tech? You might want to stay ahead of the markets or just need some advice. Whatever comes to mind, Nutrient Ag Solutions can help. With specialists in fertilizer, crop protection, farm supplies, livestock, finance, insurance and more, we'll help take your business further. Nutrient Ag Solutions. Going further.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
It's OMF's birthday sale and you're getting the gifts. Incredible birthday offers across mattresses and bedding. Grab the new look BC7 for just over $1,000 or the Morton Flex, amazing comfort for under $1,300. This week score 2 bonus pillows when you buy any modern, family or signature mattress. And great deals across selected bedroom furniture too. These birthday offers won't last. Don't miss out. End soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
Capital.com, a real-time trading platform. If you are familiar with the frustration of consistent delays in the presentation of market data which prevent you from making informed trades, check out Capital.com. With real-time market data, lightning fast order execution and rapid withdrawals. Because if you're an experienced trader, you already know that time is money. So go to Capital.com and start trading without delay. Trading on leverage is high risk and is not suitable for everyone. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
Lock in a competitive defined return with iPartners Short-Term Income Fund, delivering the declared annual return of 6% per annum, net of fees, and the benefit of weekly liquidity. The fund is designed to offer stable income, with defined risk and liquidity features for those looking for a competitive return. Enjoy the ability to access your money weekly when needed. New applications open weekly. Visit ipartners.com.au to invest now. For wholesale investors only. Consider the risks. Learn more at ipartners.com.au.
At Brighton Homes, they're letting life in with outstanding home designs. No matter if you're new to the game or looking to upgrade, Brighton Homes has the perfect home for you. Where every front porch is a front row seat to the good stuff life throws at you. So come and find the home you've been dreaming about. Drop into a display home today and discover how better begins with Brighton.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Teams are out on the MCG for Thursday night footy. Steele's side bottom, a banner dedicated to him. Game 350. The home side is Hawthorn doing their warm-ups down at the Punt Road end. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. And Elders, you can rely on Elders. 2nd versus 7th. Second team could find their way back to the top of the ladder in the right circumstances or finish fifth. The seventh team could find themselves slip to ninth and find it hard to nail down a place. Those are the stakes tonight. They could barely be higher. Footy's on and BWS has got the deals. Get your game day bevies sorted with great value. Head into BWS for savings today. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. When you run the analysis, Adam Simpson, what do you see in the profile of the two teams at the moment?
Well, I feel Collingwood the last 4 weeks, and some people don't care about stats. I'm 50-50. I like stats to back up my gut. But they've gone from, so Collingwood has gone from 1st to 8th that scores against and 4th to 12th that scores for. So it probably suggests their scoring's been the issue as much as they've had a couple of bags kicked on them. They've fixed a little bit with personnel. They don't score from the back half anymore, Collingwood, and I really admired the Pies throughout the year for their ability to adapt to who they're playing against. So they would win with clearances, they would win with forward half footy, they would win with back half transition, they would win with fast play, slow play. They've just stagnated a little bit with their avenues, and their ball movement from the back half has really dried up. They've gone from number 1 at scoring from defensive mid to 16th. So we spoke about this today, that they would have trained during the week if there was time. Just a bit of back half turnover, no opposition, just connect inside 50 to Elliott. And that's what I'm looking for tonight. How well can Hawthorn defend their front half, and how well can Collingwood transition from their back half? Because that was what they were pretty good at in the past, and they've just dropped away in that area. Now, whether that's personnel, whether a bit of system, take her off the ball, that type of thing, that's what they need to work on. They handball too much. They've gone from being the 4th least handball to the 4th most in the last 4 weeks as well. So just some of those little stats that, as a coach, you would look at and tweak. If you're Hawthorn, it's probably just do what you've been doing. You know, it's probably more around personnel. I'm a little bit worried about the 4 tools. Dwayne, I don't know how you feel about that, but it just doesn't
I reckon
feel...
he's still experimenting a bit, Sam. I don't think he knows. So that's just no excuse for us not to know, because I'm not sure he knows just yet. And I'm not sure he wants to upset anybody by not including him.
No, it can't be that. He's too ruthless.
Well, he needs them all, though. I think he needs them all in the finals. I think he needs to work out what he's going to do. The interesting part about what you said about Collingwood stats as well that interests me, as a coach, do you take out because at this stage of the year, you've got a whole year stat, and you're comparing that compared to a last 3 or 4 weeks against really good teams stat.
Yep.
So your whole year stat of your number 1 and this, number 2 and that also includes the horrible teams you've played when you've blown them away.
Yeah,
do you take that out of the number?
Yeah, it's a good point. You can look at your top 8, but you don't look at what you did in round 1.
Yeah.
That's one thing you don't do. You might look at the last 6 weeks, and normally the last 4 to 6 weeks, you're playing 3 good and 3 bad. You know, you're just in that mix. So there's always an ongoing report you get from Champion Data that's a customised report that's got everything as one with a lot, and it's normally the last 6 weeks. Where do you sit in the premiership table for all the metrics that you value across the board? And it's a really good, it's probably a 25-page document, and then if you want to get right into the reads, you can really do that. But
so you worried about the ground ball that Hawthorn won't be able to collect, because they do have 2 good ground ball guys like Inovan and Watson who can get under you, but are you worried about the fact that if it spills, they'll be vulnerable?
Well, it's a good question. What I looked at from last week is they're efficient. I don't care about sorry, don't want to be disrespectful of what you just said, but I just look at scoring. So last week they went at 33% strike rate in the front half in the first half. So every time it went in, they only scored 33% of the time. The second half, when they subbed out Deere at halftime, they went at 56% scoring efficiency. So I'm looking at the big picture numbers and going, okay, well, we were 20% better off with a smaller forward line. I don't know if it's all attributed to that, but their first quarter was pretty bloody good, wasn't it?
No, and that answers my question. I mean, that's the beautiful part about picking the brain of a recent coach. I mean, it helps me get an understanding of what does and doesn't work, because the numbers are one thing, but actually getting someone to have a cider on it like you have to be able to put it into sort of bite-sized chunks. So everybody's on a watch now to see if it works, but Adelaide's doing kind of the same thing as well with their tools.
They are, and the first quarter was magnificent. They had a run of 8 scoring shots to 0, Hawthorn, in the first quarter. But the second quarter was diabolical. It was the complete opposites. And I don't think you can attribute that to 4 tolls. So that's the reason why I think he's going again. Is like, okay, we like what we saw in the first quarter. Let's do that all game. And then we can prove a few people wrong. And if that's what he believes in, you got to stick to it. You don't just do it for 1 week. So I can sort of see what he's doing, but you don't want a strategy that's make or break. I think that's dangerous to go, this is either going to work and we're going to win, or it's not going to work, we're going to lose. That's dancing with the devil.
Warm-ups for Ream Manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. When last they met, Collingwood by 51 points. Elliott booted 5 and Myercheck kicked 4. So for Battle and Barras, that's been the worst of it really through the season, the key defenders of the Hawks. Our travel partner is Signet. Power up, Dad, this Father's Day with AFL Power Bank for Signet. Adam Simpson is our expert for MEGT, build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. Hawthorn have got flexibility all over the place. So how do you accept... I was watching the game back today from earlier in the year. Hardwick was still playing forward at that stage. That's been shelled for a while. Sicily hasn't been forward for a long time other than just a minute here or there. Impey has been the one that Dwayne referenced, has gone forward a couple of times. So flexibility for Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep.
What about when Barras went forward against West Coast? That sort of tells me a story about playing West Coast and flipping him forward. We might try this at some stage. I don't think we're going to see that tonight. I think the Sicily conversation is really interesting because one of the things when I saw it from afar, I'm going, how do these players adapt? And it looked really smooth last year, didn't it? It looked like it was just, Sicily can play wherever he wants. He's going to play well.
He's getting better though. He's playing better footy now, so it becomes more of an option if they need it. But they've got too many tools as it is now anyway.
That's a great point. Yeah, the fact that they can't have 4 tools and put Sicily forward, so that restricts them a little bit. I mean, Impey's the one that... Did he do it against Port in Tassie?
Yeah.
So when they're doing their what-ifs on a captain's run yesterday, they would have said, all right, who are we going to flip back or forward if we need to? And then perhaps it's an Impey situation rather than a Sicily because he's settled down. I don't think that he really wants to mess with that. But
you know what he did do in Tassie, though? He had that real forward mentality. If I'm here for 5 minutes, I'm kicking 5 goals. His eagerness at that time was great to watch.
That's exactly right, yeah. So, and when you're Collingwood, they don't do that a lot, do they? They've got a system that's built on pressure, tackling, forward half football, knock-ons, predictability, and it's not really based on strategic moves. So, on the big stage, I think Collingwood probably stands up a little bit more than, hey, we'll do this and this with personnel.
Coin toss for Keno Go, $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. Steel side bottoms attended. He's won the toss. Collingwood to kick to the city end of this opening term. Keno Go, play with $2 today. Our subs for Corteva Agriscience, the future of agriculture. Luke Bruce for the Hawks. Ned Long for the Magpies. Unmissable moments for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Who have you got your eye on, Sino?
That's a good question. I think Gunston's the one for me. If he likes the big stage, and I just got this feeling he could kick a 5-bagger tonight.
A key matchup for Seek for the best job matches. Seek and you shall find.
I'd like to know what's going to happen with DeGoey tonight. I don't know the matchup, but from an X-Pac...
Is Nick Dacos starting on the bench?
It looks like he might be.
Nick Dacos starting on the... That's a change. What's going on there?
Maybe it was naughty during the week.
Seek and you
late to the team meeting today.
So the warm-ups are done for Ream. Steady, hot and strong. The ground is in beautiful condition. It's 10 degrees. It'll get a little bit cooler, but it's been a pretty good winter's day in Melbourne. For Grundfos, serious reliability, serious warranty, double warranty on a range of Grundfos submersible pumps. So we get to the moment on a Thursday night, the highest of stakes encounters, maybe the biggest game left in the regular season in 2025. Huge crowd in to see it at the G. It's Hawthorn and Collingwood, and on AFL Nation, you're with Dwayne Russell.
It is great to have your company. Big crowd. And Deere also starting on the bench for the Hawks, so they don't have all their tall forward. Josh Dacos starting in the middle for Collingwood, not Nick. DeGoey gets it from Josh, gave it to Pendlebury, heads out wide. Jath about to get it for the Hawks at half-back. He's kind of caught high. Umpire said play on. He looked up at the umpire for a free, and now he's dragged it in, and he might be in trouble. The umpire cut him some slack there. Could have given him the free, elected not to, and then he dragged it in. Thought, oh, well, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I probably should have paid you the first one. And the crowd just saw it on the big screen. Warple tried to get a kick away. Jath tried to get a kick away. Smothered. Ricocheted. Ward got the kick away towards the wing. Wide ball. Maynard down there with Watson. And it's out of play. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Elders. You can rely on Elders. And our opening term brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus.
Dacos starting on ball. Josh, that is. That's an interesting situation.
Newcomb and Pendlebury side by side as the rucks go to work. Neither laid a glove on it. There was a bit of interference evidently, and first ruck lotto goes to Darcy Cameron. He uses it as a hand pass. Crisp had to just wait for it boundary side. Now kicks Collingwood inside 50. Membry the target. Sicily saw him underneath. Barris at the back takes the mark. He flares out to the near side, and Lewis is down a long way from full forward. He checks his kick down the members' wing. It's not a great kick. Howe's first involvement, flat bang into Newcomb, and Howe is stung. He's flat on his back. Newcomb's hurt as well.
Howe's out, I think. They're going to have to stop play here. It's continued. Ward short passes. It's marked by Perryman, but they have to stop play here. Two players with Howe, I think, still out.
He's not moving.
And Newcomb slowly getting to his feet. I'm not sure if there was a front-on head clash between the two, but Howe has come off second best, and they're holding his neck right now. They are being really cautious here with Jeremy Howe. We haven't seen the replay yet, but we will see it soon for Toolkit Depot's Spend and Get Sale, which is on now, and we'll bring you a little bit of an update as to how it happened. So Howe got the ball. Newcomb did the right thing, tried to lay a tackle. So he didn't bump, he tackled, and he tackled as correctly as possible with arms around his waist, and I think they've clashed heads in the meantime.
What I saw is Howe instigated that he accelerated into the ball, and sometimes you can just take the tackle and, you know, commit to perhaps the stoppages, but he decided to accelerate into the play, and sometimes you can do some damage with ball in hand, and he's come off second best. Newcomb's gone down the bench. He'll get assessed. He probably needs his 20 minutes as well, and this is what you do your what-ifs for, Jared. You're actually sitting there going, okay, if we lose a half-back or a key defender, what are we going to do? So they'll be into the stats that they would have gone through yesterday morning in regards to what to do.
So the ramifications are just nasty for Howe, who hasn't moved for this game. He'll be out next week as well for the Adelaide game at Adelaide Oval.
I think he is talking to the trainer, so he hasn't moved any of his body, but he's talking to the trainer at the moment.
It must have been a clash of heads, Dwayne.
But there's no blood.
No, which sometimes is worse. Before his head hit the ground, it looked like.
Or maybe the back of his head hit the ground.
Do you reckon?
As the double whammy. So he might have whiplashed into Newcomb, and then the back of his head. So he might have, maybe he was out before he hit the ground, but hitting the ground with the back of his head, double whammied it.
So what happens now is the coach is obviously concerned about the player, but there's not much he can do as a coach. So you start talking about, all right, we've got Long to come on as a sub. He needs to probably play on ball. Who are we going to push on ball to half back? And it's probably Dacos. You think he started in the middle, Josh, that is. And, you know, they start Nick Dacos on the bench because they think after 5 minutes Nick comes on and the second string mids is suddenly Nick Dacos, and that's a real positive. But all those plans get thrown out the window when you have a key position player.
He's lifted his hand, so that's a good sign as well. And from what I understand, or what I can see, apart from his lifting of one hand, they're checking his jaw as well as they place the neck brace on him.
I don't know what they're booing for. They're booing Newcomb on the screen, but I don't think he instigated that. I think it was Howe who really challenged the tackle. Was that what you guys saw?
Yeah. And Newcomb went for a tackle. Had he gone for a bump and the same thing happened, big trouble. But there's no other alternative under the current rules than what Newcomb did to try and do a legal thing.
Well, there's two things with this. It's like, I know contact's coming. I'm going to instigate this, even though I'm going to get to the ball first. Or you don't see someone coming and you're vulnerable with what would be a big hit. It feels like it's the first one rather than the second. It's been a long time down there, hasn't he?
Yeah. So I think there's obviously a protocol they stick to, and that is take as much time as you like. We can delay the game for half an hour if we need to. The health and safety of the player is the most important. There's 7 trainers with him at the moment, so they're all around him. They're about to lift the stretcher with his neck brace on. We'll see if he gives an indication to the crowd here as to round of applause. Onto the stretcher and now onto the mobile cart.
The Collingwood players, all 18 on the ground, are going over.
Yeah. So they're all gone. All 18 players or 17 players have gone to Jeremy Howe, giving him a pat. But the players themselves don't look, well, they look concerned, but it looks as if it's almost a normal football concussion in a way, the way they've reacted to it.
He's just putting his hands in his head, so his arms are up and around, so he's conscious.
Moves his fingers.
Yeah, good call, Dwayne. They must have said, can you wiggle your fingers?
He's had this moment before, hasn't he? When he broke the arm graphically a couple of years ago, got back for a premiership. But what drama to start the night. The whole week has been talked about the return of Howe and the way that it would fortify Collingwood's defence and transform them back to the team that they were going to be. In a couple of minutes in, he's out of this game. He's going to be out of the next game. 2 games that decide Collingwood's fate are now going to be played without Jeremy Howe.
Yeah, minimum 2. We don't know if he's broken a jaw or hurt his neck, so hopefully it's just a concussion, which sounds bad.
So Perryman, as play resumes, but it feels a little weird at the moment. Once game gets underway and there's a few kicks, marks and handballs, they'll get back into it, but it's got to be in the back of their mind. There's been a lot of talk about Collingwood's backline being a bit fragile without Howe there. Is Darcy Moore going to be better and Quaynor going to be better with Howe back this week? Well, he's not there now. Ward, what was it to half forward? Little push by Darcy Moore. Tapped it down. He gave it to the Wizard. Watson stole it and goaled it! That is wizardry at its finest. He read Moore's mind. Gee, that was good.
It was good. Hawthorn sending up 2 to the stoppage at the moment, so there's only a 4-man forward line for the Hawks. Everyone's one-on-one, and Moore could have grabbed the ball. Quite often knock-ons in your D50s ill-advised because it just can go the wrong way. It is their way to play, though, and Moore's tried to knock that on to no one, really, because Watson's grabbed it and scored, so
I think that's genuinely terrible from the Collingwood captain.
I tend to agree.
And I just wonder whether that is a little glimpse into how unsettled they are. But the next 10 minutes...
Who settles the most?
Buckle up. Buckle up. Hawthorn have got the start. Lashings of drama. Cameron straight to Warple in the middle. There's a free kick. And it is going Collingwood's way. Josh Dacos held off the footy.
Interesting, Nick Dacos still on the bench. Wow. They didn't take that time to make a rotation.
So Josh pumps it to full forward. Myercheck presents, ball gets to the back. Ambrosio is there, hooks it around the corner, outside the defensive area. Moore clear the way, drop the mark, has the footy. Hand pass Pendlebury, knocks it over the boundary. Umpires have a little look at each other. Decided to throw in.
I heard Fly talk about too many handballs last week for the Pies, and we just see another panic handball from Moore again, who just could have slammed it on the boot and got an inside 50. Chose to handball it, goes out of bounds.
Right half forward for Collingwood. Hawthorn have the first goal. Meek taps it down, ball in dispute. Found D'Ambrosio, threw it onto the boot, back toward the boundary, and ultimately over. The umpires say that is a throw-in as well.
Don't forget Newcomb's off as well.
Yes, that's true. So you would think that was going to warrant a bigger test if the doctor on the bench decides that just the initial chat isn't good enough. You need a bigger test, and it might take 20 minutes. Pendlebury gets the clearance from the wing, got it towards Myercheck. Well attacked though by Barris. Couldn't barrel through and get the ball, but he knocked it to Warple, who was caught. Picked off by Mitchell at the Pies too earlier. Gave on a 1-2 Houston. Chip kick by Houston is almost cut off by Jaff. Lipinski got a touch on it, knocked it down to Pendlebury. They come at him, and we'll get a ball up about 48 metres from the Collingwood goal. So Hawthorn a goal, Collingwood yet to score. Ignore the clock. It says 10 minutes gone for New Tech, automation for manufacturing, but we're really a couple of minutes in.
Nothing from the initial ball up.
It's a surprise, isn't it? 10 minutes in and Dacos hasn't entered the field of play. The ball's been on this side of the ground.
Cameron down to Josh, dumped into the turf. That's a spear tackle. Umpire said it was all legal, just fierce stuff. And it was Meek, Hawthorn ruckman, who did the damage. She's willing. 60 from the Collingwood goal. Josh Dacos goes again. Line on his back, released the footy. Ginnivan piles in with Mitchell, nothing from it. Front edge of the centre square. Collingwood's attacking portion of the G. Chris took it off the tap, dumped to the turf, given time to release. Houston found his way clear, released Josh Dacos, has a look at the deep targets, kicks it wide for side bottom, it didn't come up for him. Barris closed the hole, goes backwards to Sicily.
He's a genius, Barris, when it comes to knowing when to leave your man. So short to Moore, short out wide to Jaff, and you had the runner coming past, so he rewarded battle for the hard run. He sends it long, but it should be marked by Cameron. Darcy Cameron marks it on the wing, southern stand side. Crowd continues to build. There's probably a few that got stuck in traffic. They haven't missed much of the action, but they've missed some pretty big action. Cameron sends it to half forward. Membry was half held. He got hands on it, and then he had his pocket picked by Barris, and he was infringed before he could go for it. Barris had a little hole in his jumper, even though he almost marked the ball. So Membry too far out to score. 80 from goal. Just pulls the kick late to the pocket, and he kicks it straight to Chenku Jaff, who cuts it off. He started well. He chips it wide to Moore on a half-back flank.
Moore just lets the field set up ahead. Long glance inboard. He was going to switch. Second guessed himself at the last. Ginnivan down the line. Hasn't taken the mark. Watson's there to lend a hand though. Brings it away with a hand pass inboard to Ward. Links it up to Moore. Out the back to Amon. On to Japp. They've given a bit of ground here, the Hawks. But they've got outlets on the near side. Impey takes the mark and rolls out of half-back. Has a bounce. Slips over as he went to change direction. Gives it off to Hardwick. Links it up to Warple. Lewis is short. Warple paused. Got tackled. Schultz wins holding the ball, and that is a big win.
Great tackle. The game's getting played in Collingwood's half at the moment. They're number 2 in the competition the last 4 weeks for inside 50s, but they cannot score as we see Dacos come onto the ground.
So that'll be talked about a bit. Nick Dacos finally on the ground as Elliott flies. Can't mark it to go. He crumbs it front and square. Gave it to Houston. Playing a roll early. Heads out wide towards Chris. Missed him with the handball. Ginnivan cut it off. Feeds it out wide. He missed Jaff. Made him go down and pick it up. Got it back to Moore. Hands it back inside to Ward. He into the D'Ambrosio. They're on here, Hawthorn. D'Ambrosio 1-2 with Warple. Make that a 1-2-3. Got it to big Lloyd Meek. Not your run and carry guy. He weaves his way past a couple. Back to Warple. Tumbles it long. Lewis got there way late. Wizard to spill. He's going to get another the Wizard. He's got 2. And Collingwood have problems. They are going for it, Hawthorn. Down the spine, taking it on. Handball crazy. And it's a beautiful watch if you're a Hawthorn fan right now. It's not good if you're Collingwood, because right now Collingwood is on the ropes. They haven't scored. We played 14 minutes opening term, and the move to start Dacos on the bench certainly hasn't come off. 2 straight 12 the Hawks. Here's Adam Simpson, our expert for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Well, we talk about the 4 talls. It's the 2 smalls that do the damage, and you know the MO to take on Collingwood is to go at them, and that's what we're seeing tonight. The physicality around the ball so far has been probably slightly in Hawthorn's favour. They don't have Newcomb at the moment, so that's something they've got to deal with, but the direct line game where it hits the deck interesting. You got Maynard, who was on Watson, and he's conceded 2 goals as much as Maynard's kicked 2.
Hawks running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. 2 goals to nil. Cameron tapped it near Mitchell. He worked it up to Long. Links it up to Nick Dacos, who fumbled and got worked over by Warple. Long sticks the tackle. Holds it up to the sub into the action.
It's interesting that coming off the bench, you're just a bit off. It always happens when you start on the bench, and the first opportunity he fumbles.
Collingwood at centre half forward. Nick Dacos is released, didn't find a teammate. Ward's kick was smothered to go in the jam, worked it away. Houston out the side. Ginnivan lends a hand for the Hawks, gave it off to Moore. Found the hand pass out the side to Deere, working a long way in defence. Ginnivan trying to get it to Nash. Coming up to meet it was Moore. Link up hand pass to Battle, in close to Ginnivan. Probably a hand pass too many. Chris disrupts the play. Ginnivan though gets it back. Battle and Sicily combine. Sicily challenges to half forward. Quainer had it knocked out of his grasp by Gunston, who has it goal front unattended, pops it over the top. Lewis trying to arrive, Frampton with him. Lewis gathers, slipped over. Frampton made the tackle. Lewis released. Ward fumbled, ball tight to the boundary. Side bottom, a calm head with all his experience, dragged it away from the tightest of confines and found McStay across the face of goal.
Yeah, spot on, Gerald. Well called out the other side of Crisp. He in turn to Hoskin Elliott. So that good move saved your goal and might get a goal. Nick Dacos with a spear. It's a glitch in the matrix. Just kicked it straight to the opposition. He's not on Nick Dacos. He's had a fumble and a turnover from his boot after starting on the bench. So he goes wide to Ward, he to MP in the middle. Hawthorn out to Gunston. Can he get there? He probably can't. Yes, he can, because Cameron couldn't mark it. But Cameron got enough of a fingertip on it to knock it out. 80 from Hawthorn's goal, and they lead the Hawks on the host plus. That's a plus scoreboard. 12 to no score. 2 straight. Collingwood yet to register anything.
So Nick Dacos missed Elliott all on his own, so he was about 25 metres out to the left. Meek pulls it out of the ruck, bounces the Hawks inside 50. McStay popped it up, so he's holding the fort down back. Deere creates some chaos. McStay goes again, released. Maynard squeezed to kick out and managed to clear the defensive 50. Schultz with aim on for company over the boundary.
You spoke about it pre-game, Jared, the centre-back transition, or the back half transitions where they've struggled a little bit, and what they've done in the past, they've just stopped and slowed up in the back half and gone happily down the line, where they're going as quick as Hawthorn at the moment, which I'm not sure is suiting them.
Simpson for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Free kick from the throw-in at half forward. It's going Collingwood's way. Nick Dacos. So the Pies out of half-back. Dacos looks into the middle of the ground. He's hung it up. Hoskin Elliott's got plenty of company. Jack ran into Sicily. The Hawks have still got it momentarily. Sicily trying to get it into safe hands. Crisp interferes. Perryman puts it out in front of Pendlebury. Paddled it on. Mychek through the traffic. Has a look. Banged it on the boot. Over to goal. Brody Mychek inserts himself for the Pies. And they are on the board. Host plus, that's a plus. Scoreboard. Collingwood a goal. Hawthorn 2 goals.
Well, the game hasn't settled, obviously. Dacos wins a free kick centre-back and just kicks one direct to the corridor where it's 3-on-3, and seen them all year take their time from the back half, graft along the boundary line, go down the line, get speed off those plays, but sometimes you get a bit of a chameleon effect when you play against teams like Hawthorn and Brisbane last week, where it's a turbo game and you just want to do the same thing, and it looks like Collingwood have said, okay, this game's quick, let's match it with intensity and speed. So hopefully we're in for a pretty high intense corridor ball movement type of game.
Looks like Newcomb's got to be okay to come back on. He's getting his hamstrings rubbed at the moment, and he's taken the trainers to him as opposed to Lloyd Meek, who needs a bit of attention as well. So good sign there. Meek off, Chol on, knocks it down towards Warple. Clearance for the Hawks, half forward, free kick Perryman, half back for Collingwood. Interference in the marking contest. He goes wide. Hoskin Elliott gets there on the wing, so they use the width. Nick Dacos calls for it inside, so they honour that lead, as they quite often do, give it to their good ball user. He chips it to Frampton. There's almost at half back, so Hawthorn's zone set up pretty well. He to Perryman, still at centre half back, chips it to McStay, and to get down low, takes the mark, middle of the ground.
This is what we're used to with the Pies.
Gee, Chol could have Well, he bumped him anyway. He could have almost smothered the kick. The kick went toward, and now the Hawks are out on the rebound. They're quick.
Fast release footy. Lewis unloads to half forward. Joel, it bounces out in front of him. Paddles it on. Joel trying to gather. Got his way clear of Perryman. Kick went nowhere off the ground. Quaynor coming through for the Pies. Hand pass to Maynard. Collingwood out of half back. Beautiful ball up the wing for Myercheck. Pauses for a tick. Slips the hand past boundary side. Crisp couldn't find the way through. Scrimshaw cut the angles well. Inboard to Nick Dacos. Good gather off the laces. Wriggled his way into space. Up to Pendlebury. Over to Houston. Long range shot. No good. Near side. And there were a couple across the face of goal who thought it should have been coming their way. Hawthorn by 5 points. Host plus, that's a plus.
So we're into time on in the first. 21 minutes gone, but it'll be a long quarter with Jeremy Howe out of the game.
Still 10 minutes to go, Dwayne.
Yes.
In this quarter.
But it's settled this game. So the big fister more. Again, he does the double fister instead of going for the mark. It might work. Houston flings it over his shoulder to Myercheck. Tried to knock it to Schultz. And we'll get a ball up 51 metres from Collingwood's goal.
It's a bit off, isn't he, more?
Yeah.
He's just take it when you should take it, handball when you should handball, kick when you should kick. He's just not predictable to his teammates.
Adam Simpson for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. D'Ambrosio out of the stoppage, kicks it right into centre field. It should take a turn for Chris. Jack tries to close him down and did. Made the tackle. Perryman, Jack onto the loose ball. Works the hand pass inboard to McDonald. Breaks into open space. Kicks to the one-on-one. Gunston has the break on Moore. Ball 6 for the veteran. Moore goes over the top and disrupted the footy out of Gunston's grasp just as he was going to get up and take a shot. Moore halves the contest.
It's a win for him. Best contest of the night for Moore so far to stop that opportunity from Gunston.
He did well, Moore. He guessed boundary side that he was going to go to. So another ball up's going to happen forward pocket for the Hawks. Some of the key matchups for Sick and you shall find. And that Moore matchup is one of the big ones. Houston. That's the Moore and Gunston matchup. Houston goes long from defence and it's cut off again by Barris. He's 80 from goal. It's beyond him. But he's just backtracking as if he wants to assess what's on rather than blast it long. And he does assess. D'Ambrosio's a better kick of the ball than me. I'll give it to him. 65 from goal. He chips it to Impey. 80 from goal. What's Impey going to do? Clock keeps ticking. He uses his full allotment. And now he bumps it long to the tools. Joel's down there. Joel is up. And in the end, Deer takes it front spot. Joel was leaving from 4 deep. And in the end, he just thought, no, I got no hope. So the two tools mesmerising them there.
Well, there's the first Howe opportunity, Dwayne, where he's probably the one coming over, third man up. And maybe the 4 tools can work really well tonight without Howe now for the rest of the game. They're a little bit undermanned for height in the front half, in the back half, the Pies, and there's the first exposure.
So Deer to make this a 3-1 scoreline. And he got it, only just, but he squeezed it home. Hawthorn 3 straight, Collingwood 117. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus, issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and the TMD at hostplus.com.au. Adam Simpson, our expert for MEGT, build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts.
I'm trying to work through what the coaches are thinking at the moment. That's the first mark inside 50 at both ends. Possession winners at the moment, Moore's up to 8, Ward's up to 7, and you got Houston who's now on 8 possessions. Good start for him for this year, and Cripps as well. So it's a chaos game. I think that suits Hawthorn. That's what they would have brought to tonight, and Collingwood they're trying to counteract pretty well, but it's not as smooth as what Hawthorn are doing at the moment. If you can say that with the chaos game.
25th minute of the opening term, the clock for New Tech, automation for manufacturing. Newcomb is back in the middle, back on the field, and straight to the core. He's onto the footy as well. And passes to D'Ambrosio. Out the back to Sicily. gives a little bit of ground to battle, to reset. Not 15, being pursued by Mitchell. Turns his way out of a tight spot. Side bottom folded back to work the intercept on the wing. Side bottom tried for Pendlebury inboard, didn't get there. Telegraphed it, Moore cut it off. Slips the hand pass away. Back to Dylan Moore from D'Ambrosio. Out the side to Lewis. Fed the hand pass forward to Ginnivan. Didn't quite open the space up the way he might have hoped. Kick in the Chol direction, drew a crowd, and across the front, taking the intercept mark is Perryman.
What about Frampton back? Ignored it. Now kicks it. Almost hit the roof here at the MCG. McStay goes up. Bumped a little by Lewis. He was tunnelled a little. Just enough. Lewis needed to almost take the mark there to get away with that tunnelling. McStay, half-back flank. Points inboard, and normally they go where they point. And he does. To Myercheck. 3 around him. He was tunnelled a little. Got away with it. No, they didn't. So Myercheck gets the free this time. He's middle of the ground.
This is where they're falling down, Dwayne. Just this last kick inside 50, they switched the ball to Quaynor on the open side, looking for a bit of space.
So Quaynor ended to go. He found space out of nowhere.
Really smart play. Hasn't worked well for them so far tonight the direct way. So just to take your time and come through the fat side of the ground, you come with 2 kicks, and then DeGoey gets his lateral lead and opportunity to score from 45 out on a 45-degree angle.
So this well within his repertoire when he's at his best. Missed a lot of games through injury, and that's across the face a little. And has it been marked by Membry? And did he kick the goal? They're going to check it. This will be an interesting check because everybody stopped bar Membry, and he kicked the goal, and it's going to be deemed a behind. So that's why everybody else stopped.
Well, they're going to check it. Oh, it's only the post.
Oh, okay.
But this is the one you check, isn't it?
Well, it stops Hawthorn from playing on quickly, though, if they do.
Into Sicily, down the wing. Moore made the spoil on Deer. Ground ball, well worked forward by Ginnivan. Watson is threatening again. Dragged down off it. Lewis had some help. Worked it around to Ward. Ginnivan, D'Ambrosio danced his way through the wing. Couldn't quite get through, though. Backward to Ward. Good step. Kicks up inside the 50 as a result. Out the back, waiting as Newcomb. Gives it off to Chol. Had a fumble off the ground. Kicked it behind. Squandered a certain goal.
He did.
Hawks by 11, host plus, that's a plus.
So did someone check this in the back office now?
That they could, and then if it's actually...
It's got to go all the way back.
It's got to go all the way back, and that behind doesn't count. But I don't think they can... See, it'd be a bizarre change up to our game once a score at the other end happens. And they annul a score. Sicily takes the mark. He's in better form at the moment. Big Sis. 80 from goal. He just chips it in the hope that Deer can get up there, and he can't because Darcy Moore cut it off. That was decisive from Darcy Moore. Better piece of work from him. 28 minutes gone, first term, but it'll be a long quarter. There's 5 minutes left.
Moore took off, had a bounce, gives it to Quaynor. Darts back inside to stay central to the corridor. Links the hand pass to Houston. Keeps it going right up the channel. Away to Perryman. Kick in the Myercheck direction. He's got a couple coming to help. Long drop the chest mark. Pendlebury out of a tackle. Flings it out wide for Hoskin Elliott. Gives it to Goey. Takes the snap. Kicks the goal. Goey strikes. Collingwood took it right up the guts. And they come within 5 points.
Has he had a bump recently, Stu?
Goey?
Yeah. Has. Pregnant, I think. He did the little rock of the cradle after the celebration, which was nice.
Well, this is a clear indication. It's a shot across the bow. It's like, we're taking this game on. We're going to match you. And like I spoke about earlier tonight, it's a chameleon effect where they'll mirror what the opposition are doing, Collingwood, and just do it better. And they're back to their best at the moment in terms of that. If they continue to do this or not, we're going to have an entertaining game because there's an opportunity to go wide, but no, we're going to come back through the corridor and try and create an extra handball, which the coach would have his heart in his throat with the aggressiveness of which they're moving the ball. But when it comes off, it looks really good. So 9 inside 50s each and a goal of difference each.
So they announced that they're having a baby soon. Obviously not twins, given that little rock was only for one. Ball up in the middle. Watson tried to part the seas and he was caught, dragged down. And he had Pryor. He only went a metre, but he took 3 steps in it. That's why he got done. He didn't have a lot of Pryor, but they're little steps. Maynard gets on the end of the Mitchell handball, goes long. Cameron! Darcy Cameron takes a big mark, and Collingwood, after all this, could go into quarter time in front.
I'm still trying to work out your Twins analogy, to be honest, Wayne.
The handoff to Maynard, chips it to Sidey. Big moment for Sidey, big moment for Collingwood. You got to hold one on each arm when you're rocking when you've got twins, don't you? As opposed to just one little.
Can't you have 2 in one arm?
That's true. Oh, well. That's a good point. You probably can. So, Steel side bottom, game 350, I should say. Game 350 for Steel side bottom. And this, even though it's a Hawthorn home game, should bring a massive roar. Bends it around and doesn't bend it enough. Only a behind.
Hawthorn are struggling a little bit at the moment. They're up on the scoreboard. Their pressure's 160 to Collingwood's traditional 180. The tackles are 6-11 in Collingwood's favour.
Hawks bring it out long. Deere presents, didn't take the mark, or did he? There's a chop of the arms played from infield. Stats are for Milwaukee Redemption now on. Deere's ball at left half back. Pendlebury has come to the bench and he's got the medical staff working on a left thigh. D'Ambrosio's the kicker toward the 50. Watson trying to spin through. Tripped. And we go back and line up for his third.
Strikes me as a player. If he starts well, he plays well. Boys, he's kicked 2 in the first. He looks like the quickest man on the field, to be honest. And he's in the game.
And they started him in the middle for a centre square ball, which is kind of cool too.
Nick Watson, 45-degree angle to the left. It'll have to go 50 metres. Watson veers out to the right. Didn't hit it the way that he would have liked. It'll be a marking contest across the face, off hands and over the boundary for a throw-in. 2.5 to go on the new tech automation for manufacturing clock.
And it's for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. Collingwood is running hot in the last half of this quarter. If you joined us late, Hawthorn kicked the first 2 goals of the game, and Jeremy Howe's out of the game. Already had to go with their sub. Collingwood. Meek and Cameron go out, neither going anywhere. Umpire balled up. Jeremy Howe in a heavy collision, and we'll try and give you an update as soon as we can. Meek slaps it out just past the outstretched hand of Amon. He knocks it to Impey. Heads toward the goal, and McStay could have maybe gone for the big dive and then missed it. So instead he waited for the bounce and then accidentally knocked it out. So 19 plays 15, and we've got 2 minutes left exactly on the new tech automation for manufacturing clock, first term.
Throwing on its way. Meek planted himself in front. Ball loose for a moment. McDonald off the turf to the teeth of goal. Deere on the turn. Swings it across the face of goal. Made the momentum of the tackle, trying to release it precisely the right moment. And it's a minor. The Hawks by 5. Host plus, that's a plus.
I just wonder if McStay's actually the one that's gone back. Dwayne, I'm not sure if he started back or not, but
he replaced Howe.
He's the one. They need that height.
So now Chris has to go against him with Scrimshaw. Good collect by Josh Dacos on the spin. Feeds the handball to Hoskin Elliott. He knocked it to Schultz. High ball. That nearly hit one of the wires. Chris nearly marked it, and you can beat him to it. Good grab, and they're aggressive again. Hawthorn here. Might only have a minute to play with, but into the corridor they come. Warple to Nash. Had runners. Scrimshaw. Little push off on Josh Dacos. Got it to Ambrosio. They are handball happy and loving it in this opening quarter, Hawthorn. Battle to Nash. Thumps it long. 3 tools. Who's going to go? Maynard tried to kill it with a 50. Knocked it to Chol. Turned them all inside out. And then it's marked on the goal line by Sidebottom, who got back to lend a hand. Right spot, right time. 1 minute left on the new tech clock in this opening term. Collingwood 15, Hawthorn 20.
He's already saved the day a couple of times in this opening term. Sidebottom kicks it out wide, more off hands, out of play.
Okay, so we've got McStay now permanently down back, replacing Howe. It just disrupts their front half a little bit, but he's a good replacement.
Running repairs from Craig McRae. Cameron knocked it down, sharked by Newcomb off to Warple. Hawks toss it up near the 50. Watson in front, couldn't hang on. Collingwood sees it over the boundary.
Still looks like the most dangerous player on the ground at the moment. Watson, his impact around the ball within the front half, he just looks a little bit sharper than the Collingwood defenders.
Thrown in, 55 out from the Hawthorn goal. Warple gathers it. Nick Dacos brought him in. Warple released a kick. Watson, sharp hands. Newcomb opens some space. Kick was smothered partially by side bottom. Ball loose near the top of the square. De Goey ran into Chol, got dispossessed. Moore got taken high. One of them had to be a free kick.
One umpire you'll play on threw his arms in the air and the other umpire played on the ball.
The umpire who played holding the ball was right.
Not in the eyes of the umpire who did.
Took on the tackle, so that's for Pryor. Okay. And if you have to successfully dispose of the ball at that stage, and he did not.
Short Pryor, one step Pryor, but I'm with you. Yeah, was probably holding the ball.
The coaching moment for that is to go, he probably stays low and he gets away with that, but once you elevate and try and lift your arms up, you are vulnerable to holding the ball.
Mabior Chol directly in front, 25 metres out. The final moment of a dramatic opening term. Hawthorn will extend its lead. Mabior Chol with a drop punt, misses badly to the left and throws his hands to his head. 6 rather than 11 at the first change. 3-3-21 Hawthorn, 2-3-15 Collingwood, 2 for Watson, 1 for Dia, with singles to De Goey and Myercheck on the other side of the page. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Elders. You can rely on Elders.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
Got a Mack, Volvo or Hino truck or anything in between and need parts? Get into Truckline with over 70,000 parts ready to go. We've got Japanese, North American and European trucks and trailers covered. And that means our expert team will have you back on the road in no time. So, whether it's a new rig or an old Warrior, Truckline has all the parts you need. Visit truckline.com.au for your nearest store.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30am.
It's OMF's birthday sale and you're getting the gifts. Incredible birthday offers across mattresses and bedding. Grab the new look BC7 for just over $1,000 or the Morton Flex, amazing comfort for under $1,300. This week score 2 bonus pillows when you buy any modern, family or signature mattress. And great deals across selected bedroom furniture too. These birthday offers won't last. Don't miss out. End soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Greenworks Power, Greenworks Quality, Greenworks Range, your ultimate battery power garden brand. Tame your lawn with our large range of mowers, trimmers and blowers. Then take adventure to the next level with our high-performance e-bikes, mini bikes and go-karts. No petrol, no fumes, no limits. All backed by a 4-year tool and battery warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
I I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Reliable internet should be available for everyone, no matter where they live across Australia. So if you're living in regional or remote areas and are looking for a reliable provider of internet services without the hassles, talk to Activate Me. Proudly Victorian owned and operated, they understand what remote really means and can get you connected with a monthly contract and plan to suit you. For great price internet, no matter where you live, call 13 22 88 or search Activate Me to get connected today.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel has a longer lifespan, is more resistant to corrosion, looks great, and you can get all of that for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. The Big Arch Burger has now arrived at Macca's.
Tapped it down, he gave it to the Wizard. Watson stole it and goaled it! That is wizardry at its finest. He read Moore's mind. Wizard to spill. He's going to get another the Wizard. He's got two. And Collingwood have problems. Marchek through the traffic. Has a look. Banged it on the boot. Over to goal. Flings it out wide for Hoskin Elliott. Gives it to Goey. Takes the snap. Kicks the goal. High drama in the opening term. It's Hawthorn by 6 points, 21-15. Adam Simpson, how are you seeing it?
Well, I don't think it's settled, Jared. I think it's still a bit of a chaotic game, and you know the difference with some of the stats. I suppose Hawthorn have had 45 handball receives to Collingwood's 25. So I think the way to beat Collingwood around town, the message is take it on. Let's just disrupt their system by bringing a bit of chaos, and it's sort of what does Collingwood do to counteract that? They can go slow themselves or they can take it on back at you, and I feel like they're going back at you tonight, which is great from a visual point of view. I'm not sure if it's the right call, but it's what they've done in the past. So now we've got Dacos starting on the ground, a bit more of the normal Collingwood that we see.
McStay has returned forward after serving down back after Howe was knocked out in the opening couple of minutes. Hawthorn free kick in the middle on the ruck contest. 3-3 to 2-3. The Hawks hold sway. His second term on AFL Nation. Newcomb presents as the Shorts. Not a lot to look at inside the 50, so he holds up and then kicks to the marking targets. Deers trying to get a rise. Hands to it, couldn't hang on. Moore, quick hand pass. Side bottom, cleverly fumbles to the boundary for a throw-in.
Interesting, the 3-4 talls. I mean, you're always going to have a tall on the bench for Hawthorn, so it's always a 3-3 structure. They've got Chol on the bench at the moment.
Hawks attacking the city end in this second term. Meekin Cameron. Cameron planted himself in front. Took the footy. Hadn't passed it though. Bit errantly. D'Ambrosio got taken high. No, his was the high fend on Nick Dacos. He was down on his haunches in the aftermath. Got it in the throat.
Just the 5 possessions in the first quarter for Dacos.
Strange strategy to start him on the bench did not work. Kicks for Pendlebury up against Moore and takes the mark. Slow play to half back. Reynolds on the wraparound. Josh Dacos on the flyby. And it ends up with Josh on the near side.
This is what we're used to a little bit more. The kick mark, get the whole ground set up, 18 men ready to get some speed off this play or defend it really well.
Up to Nick Dacos right on halfway and against the boundary. Unhurried, bit of pointing and the follow through. Myercheck has 3 to fly against, and Sicily took the mark easily on the intercepts.
That's not part of the plan though.
No, Sicily's just starting to get a little bit of his mojo back as well at the right end of the year. To aim on, he goes wide. Lewis, as Adam Simpson told you, Marbia Chol on the bench. Meek normally rucks about the first 10 minutes. By the looks of things, Marbia comes on, replaces him, and then stays on as he moves forward when Meek comes back on. Ball knocked down by Frampton towards the boundary on the wing. And we'll get a ball in. Clock for New Tech. Optimise your business with automation. 2.5 minutes gone in this second term. Brought to us by Mate Internet and Mobile. $30 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. And on AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller is Gerard Whateley.
Stoppage on the wing. Warple's kick was smothered. Josh Dacos onto the ricochet. Gave it to Chris. Back to Josh. Hand pass inboard. Picked off by Ginnivan. Gives the Hawks a look, although it's not a great kick. Side bottom gets back to cover up for the Pies. Slips the hand pass to Frampton. Works it to the near side wing. Schultz running hard.
Here we go again.
Yep. So pretty well from the same spot. A retreat to start. Maynard regains the yardage to Josh Dacos.
This looks like a message, Jared, from the coach at quarter time. Let's play our way. Let's not get caught up in the chaos.
It's too frenetic, that opening term for Craig McRae's liking by the looks. Josh Dacos to half forwards. Up went Barris. Brought it to ground. Ward to Amon. Out the far side. Lewis is roaming around the wing. He was met front on by Crisp. No whistle. Crisp works the hand pass. Yes, there is finally a whistle. It looked like a pretty elementary free kick.
It's the second time that down the line play has been rebounded pretty easily from the Hawks, so it looks like they're ready for it as well.
And Lewis might go back here, and then it was shut down. So heads long and forward. Deer might be the big flyer from 5 deep. Oh, he was! And he pulls down a monster. Oh, how good is that to watch? Cowshire Deer in full flight. The big deer in the spotlight on a Thursday night on AFL Nation.
Have you used that before, Dwayne?
Yeah, a couple of times. Now it's probably getting a bit old.
It's the first time tonight.
Stay with me, Sim.
Deer in the headlights is probably... Good call.
So a line up from 52. It's plenty of air in it. It's across the face a little, and it's been marked by Meek on the goal line. An extra tall goes down there, and he takes a good one as well.
I was just looking at the contested marks before Deer took that. There's only been 2 for the game so far, and it's just doubled in the last 2 plays. And for all the tall talk, when there's only 2 contested marks for the whole quarter, you can question why it's worth doing or not. But then you see what we just saw then, and if it gets you 3 or 4 goals, it's worth doing.
So they started the first term hot for Ream. Hawthorn do the same in the second. Meek kicks the goal. Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water in the second term, brought to us by Mate Internet and Mobile. $30 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. So let's hear a bit more from Adam Simpson with the score. Hawthorn 4-3-27 to Collingwood 2-3-15.
Well, they did start with Collingwood, who started a bit slower this quarter. The down the line plays, they normally defend behind them pretty well, but twice it's been rebounded on. The second time then it was a switch of play and contested mark to Deer. I'm not sure who dropped off him, but he had a free run of it. For what I've seen of Deer this year, if you just try and outread the jump, you're going to come off second best. You're going to put a little bit of body on him before he jumps. He's not fully developed just yet. It's not a difficult position to be in to take him out of the marking contest, but he's just got free rein, and then just a traditional solid contested mark, as we see Howe in the back of an ambulance heading down the back of the MCG.
So that's a pretty dismal scene for the veteran Magpie defender. Ball back in the middle. Moore won the hard footy off to Ginnivan around to Newcomb. Meek didn't quite handle it. McDonald covered up for him though. Prods to centre half forward. Newcomb drifted there. He would think is too far out. The mark is set at 50.5. Looks to the pocket, then links the hand pass around to Impey, who checks his kick and flopped it perfectly onto the chest of Moore. Was that all intended?
I don't think so, but
I'm not sure that it was.
he's up to his 11th possession more. He just gets under the guard, doesn't he? There's so many talented players that you worry about, but Moore just... Ambrosio's the same. They're both on 11 possessions and having really good impact.
I don't know, maybe it was. Dylan Moore, 40 out, straight in front, right through the middle. Hawks double up at the start of the second term. 18-point leaders as a result. 5-3-33. Well, the Magpies are 2-3-15. Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
Well, the Hawks have kicked 2 goals, 2 from stoppages so far tonight, and 3 goals from turnovers, where Collingwood have only kicked 1 point from clearances and they've kicked 2 goals, 2 from turnovers. So from a stoppage point of view, the Hawks have got a slight advantage. They're plus 5 for clearances. And this part of the game is vulnerable for Collingwood. They haven't been in great form around the ball and around the contest and getting exposed at the moment. They lift from the Mitchell types and Dacos at the moment.
Joel on, Darcy Moore on him now. And Lewis on the bench and Mick still in the ruck for the Hawks. Darcy Cameron takes it out of the air. Mick wrapped him up. Newcomb got it. Sidebottom wrapped him up. I reckon that's ball. He had one arm free. They're out the front. So Pendlebury to Mick Dacos. Goes long. Meyer check. Brilliant use of the body. He just backed his backside into Scrimshaw and took the chest mark.
How important those centre clearances, boys. It's almost the number 1 priority from a coaching point of view. It just gives you everything. Gives you field position, opportunity to keep the ball in your front half, and if you get someone like Myercheck taking that mark 20 out, very important.
5 goals to 2 right now, so they need this, the Magpies, and Myercheck delivers. Early stages, second term from Mate, Internet and Mobile. And Collingwood get their third, 3-3-21 to 5-3-33. Here's Adam Simpson for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
I've seen enough of Collingwood to know their intangibles that aren't really on the stat sheet. So one of them is you always take advantage of a free kick. You do not stop and reset. If you can take advantage, you will. And free kick, Newcomb holding the ball, so great tackle, but I think we're all looking down for a split second. We look up and Dacos is heading inside 50 to a one-on-one target. So they're the little things from a system point of view that Collingwood do so well. Take advantage from a free kick has resulted in a goal.
Back to 2 goals. Hawks lead it. Ball thumped down. Meek reached over the top, down to Newcomb, off to Nash. So the Hawks with the centre clearance, but it slews out to half forward rather than a direct entry. Hit Charles' boot. Mitchell's there for the Pies. Worked it around to Moore. Out the front to Crisp. Tackled by Newcomb. Had to release in a hurry. Ball loose on the wing. Battled it okay. And earns the free kick. Battles ball over on the worn wing. Quick glance left and right. Boundary side is the best option in Moore. Who'll give ground. Scrimshaw. Hardwick was the deep switch, but he stayed inside the centre square for Amon. Links it up to Impey. From the circles, delivers for Meek, who drifted forward. Hand pass to Newcomb. What will he do? He pulls the short pass, and he put it perfectly for Nash. Can take the set shot from near 50.
We'll talk about Cameron and his contract this year. One of the better ruckmans in the last 2 years, but I think Meek's got him tonight so far. He's pushed hard forward, take a great contested mark, part of a link-up chain there, another score involvement for Meek as he comes off the ground. So we now see Chol probably coming to the ruck.
Connor Nash. 4 goals this season, still a long-range shot. Nash from 50, blasts it to the line, not quite enough. Cameron takes the intercept mark and refuses to concede the score.
Takes some time to Nick Dacos. Hemmed in the back pocket.
It's timing. Meek comes off the ground. Could have been in the goal square competing for that play. Missed opportunity.
Nick Dacos sticks to the congested side to Quaynor, just the required 15. Quaynor thought about the switch and then thought better of it. Heads out wide. Membry front of the pack. Hardwick good spoil, knocked it down. Moore, dance step away from Nick Dacos. Does well, gets it to Gunston. He's about 60 from goal, is Jack. Looks around. And now he's pointing as if he's got it covered. I'm not sure he has, but it'd be fun if he proved me a liar. From 55, maybe 58, 45-degree angle. He sits it up high for the Flyers. Lewis is front of the pack, couldn't mark it. Deer with the crumb. Couldn't get the kick away. Nash caught, dragged down. No Pryor. The umpire cuts him some slack, even though he kind of had both arms free. Ball up top of the goal square in essence, or just outside of it for the Hawks.
Well, for Macca's, the big arch burger has now arrived at Macca's. A lot of players around it. It's worked out to Moore, who tosses it up near the teeth of goal. 4 compete in the air. Side bottom's there to drag it away toward the boundary. And reset with a throw in.
A little bit of field position for Hawthorn. The Collingwood slow play down the line hasn't worked tonight. The Hawks have planned that really well. I feel like they're missing a Cox type of player to bring it to ground. It's too many good intercept players for Hawthorn who are getting involved.
Hawks by 12. Ball is in their forward pocket. Thrown in. Scholl and Nash might have got it each other's way. Nick Dacos worked it away to Pendlebury, who's in a tackle and dragged to ground.
More up to 15 possession. You've got Houston at 11. Dacos is up to 9.
All up, Cameron boundary side. Pendlebury has it, found a way through, delayed the hand pass to Josh Dacos, gets it to Nick on the bump, pauses at half back, neath the kicking board and found it to Mitchell, who takes off. Schultz has rushed to the wing. He's the target. Members side. Dabs it up the line for Myercheck, presenting on the long leads. Collingwood get their forwards in deep. Myercheck kicks it in shallow. Drew out Elliott. Masterfully done. And he takes the mark near 50.
First time we've seen Elliott tonight. Hasn't really gone anywhere near the play, and those plays are extra hard because a defensive stoppage always deals with a spare if you come out quickly and you change of angles and lowering your eyes for Myercheck and takes a spare out of it. Is he beyond his range, Jared?
He was robbed a metre.
Because he bobbled the footy, he didn't get it where he first looked like he'd marked it. It took him to the second grab to complete it. So it'll be a kick from outside 50. Bit of a handful when last they met. Elliott gives it the full wind up. Oh, that's touch and go. It's touch and go on the goal line.
Is Myercheck a liar? Because he's celebrating like that was a no-brainer.
Boundary umpire whispers in the ear of the field umpire.
Umpire's call is touch on behind. Please confirm.
We're going to replay for Toolkit Depot.
Look at this angle. When the ball's touched before crossing the back of the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
Myercheck. We'll never trust him again.
Confirmed as touched. Just a little sliver of the ball, not over the line.
Look at him in the game, Elliott, don't they? Jared, it's his second possession halfway through the second quarter. So dominant last time they played.
And that metre bobble for Elliott was a difference maker there. Dugowie hands it off to McStay, gave it to Houston. Collingwood back inside 50. Myercheck gets there in time. No. Jaff got there, knocked it away. But to Lipinski, feeds it back. Elliott gets another fire at it. He launches it long and behind. But you're right, they're up and about right now. They're running hot for Ream without actually getting the goals to go with it. Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, 33 plays 23, Hawthorn by 10 points. 9 minutes left in the second. Brought to us by Mate Internet and Mobile.
Impey on the kick in. D'Ambrosio out to the left. So shut into a bit of slow play, the Hawks. Umpires with the grid set. D'Ambrosio takes off. Scrimshaw gave him a shepherd on the mark, long down the line. Meek reached up, couldn't haul it in. Lewis fights for the crumb with McDonald, his teammate. Ginnivan hand passed it up the line. Quaynor having none of that. Picks it up, runs it over the line.
I feel like a Collingwood game or a Hawthorn game, boys, at the moment.
Feels more like a Collingwood game than it did in the first term.
Yep, that's a good call.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20. Traveller and Elders. You can rely on Elders. Hawks by 10. Warn wing throw in. Newcomb trying to glide through the stoppage. Ran into Long. Had to release. Impey is there for the Hawks. Turns his way onto the right boot. Kicks it up inside 50. McDonald was the best of the targets. Lewis knocked off it underneath. Moore covered him and then covers up the footy and earns a bounce.
Great feel about this game. Big crowd. Feels like a final at the moment. Everything matters as opposed to some games where you kind of think that some of the things aren't of that much importance. As a Wizard finds Gunston on the lead, and that was important. Gunston in front spot, had the lead up on Frampton, and this is well within his repertoire here. Forward pocket, 30 out. You snap it around the body and you can almost put it in the book with Jack. Hawthorn fans give him a little hush. Opens up the angle and bang through the middle. Jack doing Jack kind of stuff. So we've played 18 minutes, second term on a new tech automation for manufacturing clock. Every time it looks like Collingwood does have some momentum, Hawthorn just settled things down a little with an important goal. 6-3-39 to 3-5-23. Hawthorn lead.
Sort of feels like a Collingwood quarter, but it's not. The numbers, it's 3 goals to 1 now. It's starting to get a little bit worrying if you're a Collingwood supporter, where that was a forward 50 stoppage, and they're preventable, those type of clearance to an uncontested mark at the top of the goal square, but in the forward pocket, that's just they're a bonus if you get them as a team. You've got to get in the front half, you get your stoppage, and then you go to your structural setup. So that's a win for the Hawks.
50 goals for the season for Jack Gunston. Semaphore on the scoreboard. A warm round of applause from the home fans. Back in the middle. Newcomb off the ground out to the wing. Lipinski works the hand pass back inboard. Mitchell's got the running. Gives it off to DeGoey. Sets it up to full forward. Membry going back. Takes the mark. No free kick beforehand.
Wow.
Elliott got in the way of Hardwick. Umpires called interference. We're on the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. NRL across the road. Storm 6, Broncos 2 in the first half. Long on the way out to the near wing. Watson gathered it well off to Chol. McDonald found the way through. Hawks go to 2-on-2 up front. Gunston's got the first of those contests. Frampton couldn't neutralise. He does win the footy though, and it bounced back past Gunston. Houston, expansive, risky across the face of goal. D'Ambrosio read the drop zone, pinched it, and shares it with Lewis.
Alarm bells. Can't get it in the front half. The Pies. Inside 50s now, 20-15 for the game, and the down the line plays are so important. Hawthorn go down the line, they get a crumb, they get some speed with McDonald. Turnover in the front half.
Wide out to the left, so it's quite the angle to deal with. 45 metres from goal. Mitch Lewis kicking for a 22-point lead. And he's got it. Hawthorn have made the break. 7-3-45 to Collingwood 3-5-23. Time on to this second term. Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
Just seem to match up across the ground in all areas, whether it's personnel. I feel like Hawthorn's back six look a bit more sturdier than Collingwood's back six. The ball movement looks a bit sharper. The down the line plays haven't worked for Collingwood tonight, and the Hawthorn slowed up a tiny bit as compared to the first quarter, but they're the easy plays to defend, Jared. You can set up well. We call them post plays back in the day, where you've got your guy protecting the back of the stop, the down the line play, and guys lateral, and really good sign of success if you can get those plays going.
Collingwood, if you just joined us on AFL Nation, without Jeremy Howe, subbed out early in their back line is a little vulnerable, and Ward chips it inside 50 to Chol. He got down low in front of Frampton. He's got it. Just put his palms under the ball, took the mark, and They are putting a space in them at the moment, Hawthorn. Getting the clearances. Adam Simpson said it earlier. How important the centre clearances and how important the ruck that's dominant to be able to palm to your midfielders. And there was a bit of talk that without Day, Hawthorn's midfield wasn't going to be as potent. They've been potent tonight. Luckily, Newcomb was able to come back out after being injured in that collision with Howe earlier. But Marvia Child from directly out, 40 out. Well, you can hear the roar. Hawthorn fans absolutely loving this. They came into this knowing they're a chance to miss the finals altogether if they lose this game. They've ticked some boxes early. The Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard, Hawthorn 8-3-51 to Collingwood 3-5-23. 23 gone second term on the New Tech automation for manufacturing clock.
Well, they've attacked the right areas of the game, the Hawks. They're plus 16 at contested possessions. So plus 12 post clearance, which is a really good win. Plus 13 ground balls. Centre bounces have kicked 2 goals from centre bounces now. So they're 4 goals, 2 from stoppages to 1 goal, 2. And this is what Fly spoke about last week, didn't he? He spoke about Brisbane's inability, or their inability to match Brisbane around the contested clearance, and it's happening again. So for all the work they've done during the week, it is a vulnerable piece for the Pies.
Stance for Milwaukee Redemption's now on. Craig McRae on the headset. Collingwood have to respond now. Pendlebury, Nick Dacos, side bottom, get to work. Aimless hand pass though forward to the middle. Cut off by Amon. Newcomb in the skirmish. Fed it forward a little loosely. Josh Dacos tackled by Moore. And that's the last we saw.
Spoke about 2 last week. Over handballing. Another classic example. Just get it on the boots. Steele, he's 20-metre handball forward to no one. Hasn't worked tonight.
Still in centre fields. Meek reached around. Cameron underfoot. Mitchell gave it straight up to Moore. Slipped as he kicked it. Chol tried to paddle it to advantage. Knocked on further by Ward. Cut off though by Quaynor. Worked the angles well. The give and go with Josh Dacos. So Quaynor was the kicker. Up to half forward. Good work by Membry to the front. Sicily chopped his arm. No, he didn't. He got the footy. All clear. Battle on the tidy up. Out to D'Ambrosio. On the worn wing. Hand pass to Moore. Brings it back inboard to Sicily. Eyes the kick down the line. Will need Chol to compete. There's 3 arriving in defence. Frampton the spoil, but D'Ambrosio has it. Gave it away to Warple, Moore and Ginnivan. Back inside 50 for Hawthorn. Deer trying. Made the spoil. Opened up the chance. Chol trying to feed it out. Just held up momentarily by Houston. And it's a baller.
A little bit of open feedback from Darcy Cameron there after Frampton spoiled it away from him. It's kind of good. Sometimes it's not way over the top, but they're on the ropes a bit here, Collingwood. Quaynor just handballs it out of attacking 50. A defensive 50 for Collingwood, attacking 50 for Hawthorn. Free kick to D'Ambrosio on the wing. And he holds it up. Little lull. Umpire almost asked him to delay it there. He's kicked into the man on the mark. Membry did well. Didn't give up on it. Feeds the handball wide to Lipinski. Hasn't had a big say yet. Towed off the deck towards Sicily though. At half back for the Hawks. He's got a couple of options. Battle was the one he went to. He goes to Warple. No arm chop free. Sicily picks it up on the run. Hits big Meek. He lays out. So Meek in the middle of the ground. He's got Chol in the goal square leading out. Who does he want to go to? He decides to go long. Chol, the only man to go for it, and he's got it! He had 2 to beat! For Charles Royce. Too good for him. And that might also be a fresh guy on. So he has really been spending the first 6 or so minutes of the first 2 quarters on the bench. And he's come on and given them something in both the first 2 quarters.
You wonder about Howe not being available. What's that doing to that back line?
So from directly out, he missed one just after the quarter time siren, but from directly out, well, it wasn't quite 100% certainty for DLFC. innovative foragers for farmers, delivering certainty through science, but it was a certainty in the end because he was only 25 metres directly out. DLF Seeds, certainty through science. So, the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard, Hawthorn holding strong here and just stretching Collingwood to their limit. 9-3-57, Collingwood stuck on 3-5-23, and half-time can't come quick enough for flight.
No, and it feels like the back line for Collingwood is really vulnerable, but it's the efficiency is the same. It's the supply that's the issue at the moment. Collingwood have had 15 inside 50s, and that's so low, isn't it? I mean, there's 3 minutes to go before half-time. There's only 15 inside 50s, whereas Hawthorn's had 23. So they're both going at, the 50+% scoring efficiency. It's just they've only had 15 inside 50s, so the midfield's getting touched up at the moment.
6 goals to 1 in this term. Hawthorn by 34, and they're going to win the centre clearance again. Newcomb away to Warple. Kicks it up towards the 50. Getting back McDonald, knocked away by Houston. Ground ball. Lipinski had to shuffle the hand pass away pretty quickly, and it rolls out over the boundary.
Makes playing a pretty important part. A lot of his possessions are forward to centre. Really taking on Cameron in the front half, and feels like it starts with him and finishes with him at the moment.
Adam Simpson for MEGT, build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. Right half forward for the Hawks at the throw-in. Towed forward by Newcomb, gets it back from Nash, dragged off his kick. And he'll get a free kick, held without it.
Oh, jeez. This is a panic station from the Pies' point of view. This is when you give your midfield coach a bit of a backhander. Your stoppage coach, what's going on? Is it personnel? Is it system? Is it structure? Is it attitude? So they'll address this at half-time, but I'd say the last 5 clearances have gone Hawthorn's way.
You cannot underestimate the magnitude of this kick to put Hawthorn 40 points up. Jai Newcomb from 50 metres out gives it all he's got. It's left, it won't work back. It's marked by Meek adjacent to the goal square. And Collingwood's defence is at 6s and 7s. They are getting sieved by Hawthorn. Second time Meek has marked on the goal line. He's got the big angle to deal with, but the mark is set against the goalpost directly in front of him. Lloyd Meek now kicking for the 40-point lead. Bang! Good luck, Collingwood. 40 points before half-time. 10-3-63 to the Pies 3-5-23 on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
Brian, I'm not sure if you used this one before, but he's not making mild tonight.
No. They're all stolen. So you're quite happy to steal it from me because I would have stolen it from someone else.
Well, I spoke about the efficiency in the front half, but they're going at 75% scoring efficiency, and if you're going at 45, that's pretty dangerous. That's around the competition average. So 75% of the time the ball goes inside that forward 50 for Hawthorn, they're scoring. So, yeah, the clearance is a big issue, but at the moment it's a combination of the mids and the backs. The forwards are getting cold up the other end.
Yeah, Jeremy Howe off early, and Long hasn't really given them much since coming on as the sub. So Warple, a little paddle to his disadvantage, really. De Goey nearly pounced on it. Pendlebury gave it to Schultz. So we've still got a bit of time to play with here for Collingwood to hit back. Cameron goes in low. They hammer him. Ginnivan rolls it out. Got it to half forward. Gunston, good attack. Couldn't quite pick it up. A little roller from Perriman's boot. Impey went in head first. They come at him and they hold him up. And the Hawthorn fans rise. Big round of applause. Half-time approaching. We're 1 minute away from half-time. Monster lead, 63-23. 40 points the margin, and we'll get another stoppage. And Hawthorn have really made a statement in this opening half. Their game plan's been sensational, really.
Got the ball up. De Goey spinning out of the stoppage, kicks to an open set up at half forward. It bounces in vacant territory. Scrimshaw dragged down by McStay. Sicily is there to absorb a tackle out over the boundary. This is really quite stunning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row. 7-1 for the term. huge ramifications sat over tonight. And they have descended upon Collingwood in the opening half. Nothing from the throw-in. And try and ball up instead. Still time enough to conjure something.
Meeks rated double the next player in terms of ranking points for the night so far.
Cameron pinches one out of the air. Up inside the 50. Bouncing ball. Myercheck in the tackle. Still released. McStay's kick was smothered. Came back to him. He's kicked on the left. He's hung it high. He's missed. So his kick on the right was smothered. Rebounded into his grasp. So he kicked on the left. He was dexterous but unsuccessful. 39 points down. So Hawthorn, you'd think, would just work the last of the time off the clock. Ginnivan lent a hand in defence. Moore works the intercept mark. 10 seconds to go. Takes off. Slews off the side of the boot. Up went Myercheck. Just came out of his grasp at the last. Scrimshaw and battled to clear the area. And quite rightly, it's in Meek's hands at half-time. The Hawthorn crowd stand to applaud and to breathe in possibility. And the Magpie fans slump in their seats and just contemplate, where are they in the season? In the game, they're 39 points down. Hawthorn 10-3-63 to Collingwood 3-6-24. Just give us a quick thought, Simo.
They're getting dominated. The Pies in the midfield. It's a pattern, Jared. And I know Fly spoke about, we're only 1 and 2, but they're 3 and 4 from a loss-win point of view, and it's the same pattern, and that's the problem. It's not something different every week at the moment. It's a contest-driven game, and they're just behind with their pressure and contest. So that's the issue. How do they fix it? How do they get back to their DNA? That's the next phase for them, but how far's too far is the question. So a bit of soul searching. If you're Hawthorn, though, it's the same. It's a really solid foundation they've set. It's come off hard work, contest pressure, clearance works, in a good space, and they're doing it as a team. So it's a good start for the Hawks.
We'll delve a bit deeper with Adam Simpson in a few moments' time. The goal kickers, Meek, Scholl and Watson, 2 each. There were singles to Lewis, Moore, Gunston and Deer. Well, for Collingwood, 2 to Myercheck and 1 to De Goey. Half-time at the MCG. Hawthorn 10-3-63, Collingwood 3-6-24. And across the road in the NRL, Storm 12 lead the Broncos 2. That's around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. This is AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller and Elders. You can rely on Elders.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate. $30 off for 6 months with Mate Internet.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. Also that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head by turning you into an expert tipster. It's so easy. Just make your free account so punters can follow you, submit your tips whenever you're ready, and if your tip pays off, you'll earn a payout. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
It's OMF's birthday sale and you're getting the gifts. Incredible birthday offers across mattresses and bedding. Grab the new look BC7 for just over $1,000. Or the Morton Flex, amazing comfort for under $1,300. This week score 2 bonus pillows when you buy any modern, family or signature mattress. And great deals across selected bedroom furniture too. These birthday offers won't last. Don't miss out. End soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
There's just so many memories here. When I was 8, I hit a cricket ball through the window. It was the match of the century. And when Tristan asked Imogen to marry him in the kitchen, well, that was the question of the century.
Epic moments like these make a house a home. At Century 21, we understand the life, love and laughter that goes into a home. That's why our experts will go above and beyond to guide you when buying a new home or selling a beloved one. Visit c21.com.au. Century 21, dedicated to the joy of home.
At Brighton Homes, they're letting life in with standout homes. No matter if you're new to the game or looking to upgrade, Brighton Homes has the perfect home for you. Where every front porch is a front row seat to the good stuff life throws at you. So come and find the home you've been dreaming about. Drop into a display home today and discover how better begins with Brighton.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. The Big Arch Burger has now arrived at Macca's.
Heads long and forward. Here might be the big fly from 5 deep. Oh, he was! And he pulls down a monster. The Wizard finds Gunston on the lead. Opens up the angle and bang through the middle. Jack doing Jack kind of stuff.
It's left. It won't work back. It's marked by Meek adjacent to the goal square. And Collingwood's defence is at 6s and 7s. They are getting sieved by Hawthorn. Lloyd Meek now kicking for the 40-point lead. Bang. Good luck, Collingwood.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for Elders, for Australian Agriculture, and 4 and 20 pies. It's the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring, inspired by Lifestyle, on now.
The halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Real life, real style, real savings.
Half-time score, Hawthorn in control, 10-3, 63-3, 6-24. Choices Flooring giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2025 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Just head to icamwin.com.au to enter now. The goal scorers to half-time, Nick Watson, Brodie Mychek, Lloyd Meek and Mabi Chol all have 2 each. Nick Watson started this whole thing for Hawthorn early, and it's been a delight to watch if you're a Hawthorn fan. 1 each to Dylan Moore, Mitch Lewis, Jack Gunston, Cal Shadir and Jordan De Goey. They're the goal scorers to half-time. The stats brought to us by Milwaukee, and Milwaukee M12 stock up now on at participating authorised Milwaukee dealers. The major possession winners, Dillamore 18, John Newcombe 16, Massimo D'Ambrosio 16, and Jack Innerman 14, which is a bit of a surprise to me. So Hawthorn had the top 4 possession winners on the ground, but Collingwood maybe their own worst enemy in that. They started Nick Dacos on the bench and he didn't get on until about the 10-minute mark of the opening term. Dan Houston 13 leads Collingwood's possession getters. Josh Battle 12, Josh Ward 11, and Nick Dacos, for the record, has had it 11 times, so hasn't been his normal dominant self. They are the stats for Milwaukee. Adam Simpson is with us. Adam, who was your toughest player of the first half for Truckline? Keep your truck on the move with Truckline.
I think Newcomb's got to get that one. He comes off the ground. Suspected concussion, comes back on, has 7 contested possessions and 5 clearances.
And on that note, the subs for Corteva Agriscience, the future of agriculture. So Jeremy Howe subbed out early with that collision with John Newcombe. I think most of us think that John Newcombe's got no case to answer. He did look as if he was legally trying to tackle as opposed to bump. Jeremy Howe out of the game, and that meant that Ned Long, the sub, was in early. Luke Bruce is the sub for Hawthorn, for the record, and he hasn't been needed yet. Your breakout player of the first half for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life?
Well, it's probably Moore at the moment. We can debate, we'll talk about him later, but Moore's had 18 touches and a goal, and he looks like he's probably one of the better players on the ground. He's had 5 contested possessions, 2 clearances, and a couple of score involvements.
So Moore of the Dillon variety is our main man. Unmissable moments for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment of your Drinkwise?
I think the hit at the start, and then the Watson goal, the first sort of stoppage at play after it, has really set the tone for the night.
Have you got the Simos, the leading power play rankings for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas?
I found the button you got to press to look at the power play rankings, and it's Meek pretty clearly. He's on 99 power play ranking points, which apparently is pretty high.
Smart play for Australian Made. Look for the Australian Made logo by Local.
Yeah, Jared sort of thinks it was organised, but the impy wraparound, lower your eyes, kicked inside 50 is probably, we'll give it to them. So it was a set play that they trained during the week.
Key matchup for Seek and You Shall Find.
I feel like it's the Meek Cameron matchup is the one that's getting exposed the most, and Meek's pushing hard forward after they win the clearance, and he's kicking 2 goals.
And your best defender, tackle your home loan with Athena. Visit athena.com.au.
Didn't have a lot to do in the second quarter, but I thought Barras set the stand in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game with a couple of intercept possessions.
Who is a flexible player that we could see move in the second half? Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep.
Well, I mean, the obvious one is Dacos. If they're going to get back into the game, he needs to do something, whether he goes to half-back, whether they double down on ball with his brother, but he's the one they need to get into the game.
And our tacklers of the first half for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon. Quite a few on 3. Lockie Schultz, Darcy Moore, Tom Mitchell, all with 3 each. So it hasn't been a big tackling game.
It hasn't. And this is the thing. Tackles aren't really a success indicator. And the Hawks have only had 19 tackles for the whole half, yet they look dominant in the physicality space. So Schultz has had 3.
And the player of the day so far for Aviso Group. Don't drop the ball on insurance. Contact Aviso Group.
Sorry,
I've got to do the whole plug.
Yeah, I know. I'm still a rookie.
Got to pay your way.
Yeah, you get paid. I'm giving this to
It's not quite the 1.2 million you'll get next year for coaching, but it's still a good number.
Still working out the resume, Dwayne. But yeah, Meek's been the one for me. He's been the player of the day so far, and he's really, look, I don't know if he's in All-Australian contention, but his form has been pretty solid throughout the whole year.
Storm fans, stick around. Jared will take us around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse after the break. Get discounted prescriptions and save more money at Chemist Warehouse. But halftime here at the MCG. Hawthorn in control, 10-3-63 to 3-6-24. Collingwood's done it before, though, from this spot. So massive second half coming your way. That was the Choices Flooring halftime floor show. Real life, real style, real savings. And as we go to the break, let's hear the goal of the first half for Beaumont's. Laminate in store now.
The goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's new hybrid, laminate, engineered timber ranges in store now.
Little push by Darcy Moore. Tapped it down. He gave it to the Wizard. Watson stole it and goaled it. That is wizardry at its finest. He read Moore's mind.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Greenworks is your ultimate battery-powered garden brand for cutting-edge performance. Start in the yard with a big range of mowers, trimmers and blowers. Then take adventure to the next level with their high-performance e-bikes, mini-bikes and go-karts. No petrol, no fumes and no limits. Just pure Greenworks power from your yard to the trails. All backed by a 4-year tool and battery warranty. Go to greenworksaustralia.com.
It's the 40 Winks Sleep Event of the Year, where the champions of comfort compete. In our first event, we have up to 50% off mattresses. What a spectacular start. Next up, dive in with up to 30% off furniture. Wait, what's this? 40 Winks are even handling the heavy lifting with free local delivery. Every champion deserves a good night's sleep. Game on, but only for a limited time. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's T-I-P-R. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Sick of glue that doesn't stick? Bostik. Sticks like shit. Holding on really tight? That's no bull. Whether it's for indoors, outdoors, rain or shine, it bonds to nearly anything. Wood, metal, brick, you name it, it's stuck. You'll need a crowbar and a prayer to move it. Bostik. Sticks like shit. Find it now at your local hardware store.
Got a Mack, Volvo or Hino truck or anything in between and need parts? Get into Truckline with over 70,000 parts ready to go. We've got Japanese, North American and European trucks and trailers covered. And that means our expert team will have you back on the road in no time. So, whether it's a new rig or an old Warrior, Truckline has all the parts you need. Visit truckline.com.au for your nearest store.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Half-time at the MCG this Thursday night. It is Hawthorn 10-3-63, leading Collingwood 3-6-24. The Hawks have been out for a couple of minutes, eager to get on with it. The Pies are just emerging now. Across the road in the NRL, Storm 12, Broncos 2, early stages of the second half. Adam Simpson, what are we seeing here? Because it feels like one of the season's biggest stories unfolding before us.
We are, yeah. It's probably, we're seeing more of the same. game, aren't we? We're seeing Hawthorn coming off a good 6 or 7 weeks where they've played against some really good sides and got it done. And didn't get it done last week, but it would have been a finals-like game over in Adelaide. Did you go over for that one?
No, I was watching.
But it looked like it was intensity high, missed opportunities in terms of the game moments, momentum swings, and they've brought that into tonight, and Collingwood are just off the pace. That's pretty much how you describe it. And whether it's a ruckman, their midfield group, where the last centre bounce I saw, it was side bottom and Pendlebury in there, and it just makes you wonder how long they can sustain that. They're missing one or two quality 24, 25-year-old midfielders. And I know the Dacos brothers are there, and they're going to have to be the ones, throw the team on your back and get going. But to do that, you need a ruckman that's competitive, and at the moment they're getting well beaten, so you've got to start sharking the opposition ruckman's hits, and that's another challenge as we see them break out to positions and Pendlebury heads towards the bench. So Fly, he normally just sticks to system, and the game gets closer to the end, they get more intense, but it's a fair way out. And a lot of players are down on form. Darcy Moore's not the same player he was. Frampton's just a player, to be honest. And you've got who have you got down back now?
McStay has gone back down there.
So there's the first change. You've got Mitchell on ball, and is he up for it? So a lot of questions. You've got Josh Dacos on the wing. It's over to the Pies to see if they can respond. If you're Hawthorn, though, just do the same thing. Just intensity, pressure, clearance, forward 50 dominance, and turn a good game into a great game.
This is a big hour ahead, Dwayne, in the course of 2025.
Yeah, the stories are at both ends of the spectrum. How big it would be for Hawthorn to get the win, and what would it mean for Collingwood to lose 3 of their last 4. We're underway in the second half. Great to have your company on AFL Nation. Collingwood get the clearance. Little trickler inside 50 by Crisp. Hard attack from Newcomb. Feeds it back to Battle. Caught by Lipinski. Wing tackle him. That's ball. Oh, he shrugged him. He was given an eternity there.
He's called it.
No, he did call it. I reckon it's a hard one because we've got 4 umpires out there, and their length of string isn't always the same length when it comes to how long have you got.
Maybe we should have 5 umpires. And you'll definitely get a decision.
Because he shrugged him in the end.
No, I think once you get to 4 Mississippi, it's over.
Well, I think that was actually 4 hippopotamus. That's how long that was. Lipinski across the face. And it's a behind, so that could have been the perfect start for Collingwood. It is not. This third term, by the way, brought to us by Deutz Far Tractors, and a 63-25 Hawthorn lead.
Amon takes off, clears the defensive 50 on the kick into Battle, works it down the worn wing. Sicily's broken into open space. This is the beautiful looking move. Sicily pauses. He's tried to chip it to Dylan Moore. In front, Frampton. And Moore gave away the free kick. Frampton brings it inboard to Mitchell.
Sorry, Jared. Set play, kick in. You flood one side and you have isolation on the open side, and they've done that since round 1.
Yeah.
1 in 4 kicks will go to that open side play.
Check from the defensive 50 out wide. Jabs it up the line. Side bottom. Hugs it to his chest.
This is what they tried in the second quarter. The down-the-line plays, it didn't work off. Barras types just intercept mark. So first crack at it this quarter.
Has to kick adjacent to the centre square. Barras presents. Didn't take the mark. Crisp and Lipinski go to work. Lipinski fed it to Crisp. Kicks the Pies inside 50. Elliott. Good spoil made by Hardwick. Crisp still on the follow-up. Hand pass to Lipinski, who kept coming with him. Tosses it up to the teeth of goal. Beautifully done by D'Ambrosio. Works the intercept mark.
Put his body on the line with a couple of those intercept marks inside defensive 50. Out wide to Battle. Hush falls over the MCG. Hawthorn home game. They're having fun. Deer's having fun. Got there late. Can't mark it this time. Knocked it away from Moore. There's another one of those Moore slap-ons. This one works to Mitchell. To Nick Dacos. And Sicily stands in the hole. Can't mark it this time. Hardwick saved him by crumbing and going wide to Giath. Ugly bounce. Time bounce. Flicks it over the top to Dylan Moore. Turns inside. Gave to Amon. Not a lot to go to on the wing. Chips nicely to Ward. He looks inside and now pumps it to Ginnivan. Missed him. off the hand of Houston, went to Ginnivan, he overran it, picked up and given to Dylan Moore again by Gunston, danced inside, goes to Marby, Joel, can't get there. McStay in defence, knocked it down to Watson, he hands it back towards D'Ambrosio, cut down. This is better from Collingwood. McStay, Josh Dacos, feeds it wide to Mycheck, ball through hands, rolls to the boundary and will get a ball in. 63-25, early stages, third term, brought to us by Deutz Fahr Tractors. Deutz Fahr Tractor deals are on now. Contact your local Deutz Fahr dealer today. The grass is greener.
Suitably desperate from the Pies. That's what the circumstances demand. Nick puts it down. Nick Dacos over the top of it. Ball it up.
As you can see here, Hawthorn have a spare behind the play from a stoppage point of view. Obviously sense a double down type of action from the Pies, so a bit of protection behind the ball.
Max Wrestle, Nick the tap, Nick Dacos first access, hand pass went nowhere. Newcomb fed it forward, Nick Dacos first to arrive, paddles, knocks it on, should get knocked off, insufficient intent and does. Nash with footy in hand, left half forward for the Hawks. Slow to release, so a lot of numbers head back, including Darcy Cameron, who's filled the hole. That's where it's going. Joel, the big leaper. Cameron brought it to ground. Watson paddles into open space, gives it to Newcomb. Home she goes. Hawks get the first of the third term, and the momentum rolls on. 44-point leaders. 11-3-69 to Collingwood 3-7-25. Deutz Fahr Tractors scoreboard.
They look vulnerable ground level, don't they? You know, there hasn't been a lot of contested marks today. There's only been 9 for the night, so it's not about the tolls. It's about the ground level game of the Hawks, and Watson does drift in and out of the game. He's a classic small forward, but when he's on, Ginnivan's a bit different. He's accumulated this year. He gets more hands on ball, but Watson, when he touches it, there's a score. And great little crumb. Good handball to Newcomb, who finds a way to hit the scoreboard when he's at his best.
So 5 minutes gone, third term, and a four-way change for the Hawks. 4 off, 4 on, and Warple was one of the 4 on. Kick smothered though, didn't get the clearance he thought he was going to get. Hunted down by Crisp, kicked it off the deck, got it inside 50. Nick Dacos one way, big collision with Battle the other way. They met shoulder to shoulder, ball up.
Just lost their aura, haven't they? The Pies, it was almost anywhere, any time. Not the same side as we saw earlier in the year, or even a year ago.
Ball flung in the air from Meek, and he knocked it down to go. He was caught by Impey. Now the tackle was above the knee, so holding the ball, good call.
Hawks have kicked the pass 6. Impey, 35 from defensive goal, plays it out to the right for Sicily. He'll clear the defensive arc. Joel was set up well. Jath was set up well down the line. He's been paid the mark. Jath just backs away, lets the field set up. Walk the short, will kick long instead. Meek and Cameron, Deere and Moore, and Darcy Moore takes the intercept mark. Gives the hand pass away to Mitchell, worked it on to Crisp. Awkward hand pass, turns it over. McDonald worked it around to Ward and off to Hardwick and up to Deere, who pumps it up to Warple, who gives it to McDonald, who threads the pass to Gunston. Gorgeous from the Hawks.
Another Thursday night stinker, Jared.
Oh, not if you're a Hawthorn fan.
No.
This is the best Thursday night we've had all year. You're a Hawthorn fan.
Absolutely.
Not only a big win coming up, maybe, but it's against Collingwood.
Yeah, there's lots of storylines from tonight.
Jack Gunston from 45 out. That's another for the Hawks. 7 in a row. 50-point leaders. It's a crushing.
It is. What's concerning is there's another turnover in their back half, the Pies, with a handball. Just these random handballs. not succumbing. They're succumbing to pressure. That's probably how I see it at the moment, Dwayne. It's like when in doubt, handball. And I heard Fly talk about this last week. We're just handballing too much, and I don't know the stats behind handballs. I don't know the rhythm between handballs versus kicks, but it just looks like when under pressure, it's just a forward handball to no one. And the Hawks pounce on and return a serve to a really open forward line, which is difficult for the backs to defend.
And they can smell some blood here, Hawthorn. Percentage is going to be a factor, so that's big for them. Who would have thought coming into tonight we'd be talking about percentage at this stage of a third? So to go, he got it from Nick Dacos, flings a handball to Pendlebury, goes back to side bottom, the normal, usual comeback suspects, but he missed his target. Sicily hands it to Impey, runs the wing, chips it over the top. Quaynor got down low, took a good, strong mark, but their confidence is growing, Hawthorn, at the moment. Ginnivan gets there to make a contest, gets his own crumb, did well. Little chip kick, turns it over to Darcy Moore, and he dropped the mark. Trouble. He got it to Frampton. Trouble. Couldn't find Houston. Ginnivan followed up well. Little toe off the deck. He might end up being the goal kicker here, Jack. No, Cowshadeer says, I might just have a heat check, see how I really am. And he missed it completely, only a behind.
51-point margin. Collingwood won their earlier encounter this year by 51 points. It's a big swing, and it doesn't feel like that's the end of it for now. 9 minutes into this third term. New tech, clock, automation for manufacturing. Houston dabs the kick in and finds Nick Dacos. He's been noticeably absent.
He is their leading possession getter, but he's having no impact on the game. He's up to 16, but that back half sort of let him have the ball down there.
Long, it only had one to half time. He works it off to Pendlebury, brings it up to Schultz, run down by Battle. Ball slews in board. Josh Dacos, good pick up. Hand pass, not so good. Scrimshaw cut it off. Jath in the tackle. Back to Scrimshaw. Sicily is there. Searching for a target. Hasn't found safety with that kick. Mitchell goes back and takes the intercept mark. Pies have it near centre half forwards. And Mitchell's been on starvation rations as well. Kicks it up near full forward. Membry set himself. Scrimshaw the spoil. Side bottoms after the crumb. Nice turn boundary side outside of the boot. Barris was pretty well set to get the bouncing ball. Use Sicily, Battle, Hardwick. Hawks will clear the area to a contest. Darcy Moore up to meet it.
Captain gets a round of applause, goes inside to McStay. He's inside the centre circle. Fans it out wide to Houston. He's going to have to go and get it. Got there in time to Josh Dacos. He dance steps around Jath, goes inside. Plenty of Hawks there. No mark though. Watson flies through the traffic after Newcomb couldn't mark it. Schultz off the deck, but they've got their defence pretty well set. Hardwick didn't mark it. Was he bumped high or illegally? He was. Elliott pleads his case, but Hardwick in the back pocket for the Hawks. Chips it all the way back to Barris, and they can reset Hawthorn with a handy lead. 76-25 with 11 minutes left in the third. In fact, 11 gone, 12 left.
Barris kicks for territory. Up goes Deer. He has a fly at everything. Came to ground. Lewis knocked it away to Jaff. Released just before he got knocked off. Mitchell got dragged down. Collingwood's pressures around the ball here is pretty good. Josh Dacos, Frampton, McStay got it from Cameron, kicked it inside 50. Sicily clasps the footy with a terrific clean grab away from Myercheck and the Hawks skipper. This is a sustained period of defence which they haven't had to do for a while.
This is last year's Sicily at the moment. He goes long, and Lewis is the big fly this time. Knocked it down to Warple, who gives to Ginnivan, who gives to Meek, who chips it to Nash. They're out here again. Nash handballs it on. McDonald's got Watson running, hands it to the Wizard. He's 50, he's 49. He goes to Gunston. Outstanding kick, but Gunston couldn't get it in one paw. Sidebottom got back, gave it to Maynard, chips to Mitchell, and they dodged a big bullet there, Collingwood. That looked like it was going to be swallowed by Gunston. We may begin to that Gunston off, Bruce on stage maybe for Hawthorn. They're yet to jump with their sub.
3 years younger and he's kicking that goal for sure and certain. It was a lovely idea on the kick, just had a whisker too much on it. Darcy Moore blasted out of the defensive area for the Pies. Schultz is his target. Takes the mark. Elliott goes past. Schultz has a mind to bring it a bit more directly towards goal. He's kicked it from Membry. Up goes Barris. Elliott is there against the boundary. Takes the shot. It's near side. Through for a behind. Down by 50 points. Deutsch Freight Tractor scoreboard.
50 points. When was the last time they were down by this much? You'd probably think the Gold Coast game at certain stages early in the first half. So what do you do now from a coaching point of view? You can go into let's kick the next 5 goals straight away versus listen, it's only there's still 10 minutes to go on the third. Let's just chip away as we go. This runs the risk of being an 80-point loss.
So Nash was told it wasn't required. He got it from Sicily. He tried a little push-off on penalty, got away with it, and then kicks it to the other side, and Battle takes a good grab. And the Battle and Barras combo that a lot of people thought didn't have the chemistry that Hawthorn hoped is starting to look really good with Sicily back there at the moment. So Sicily has Mitchell for company as he heads out wide, turns it over. And side bottom takes the mark on the wing for Collingwood. Still plenty of time, but it's a big road to travel. 76 plays, 26. And we're 14 minutes gone, third term on the new tech automation for manufacturing clock.
Side bottom to half forward. Scrimshaw through the pack, dropped it. Tom Mitchell comes through underneath, booked the hand pass, then got caught. Hand passes it on. Standing the tackle, delivered out to Myercheck, who hooks it back inboard to Lipinski. So it was Long who absorbed a lot of pressure to release that free, and it gives Lipinski a chance to end a 7-goal run against.
Fascinating next 40 minutes, isn't it? Do they actually throw caution to the wind and just take on the corridor, shape and bake and see what they can do, or do they just do their traditional slower system?
Haven't kicked a goal since the opening minutes of the second term, Collingwood. Lipinski drives it through and ends that 7-goal run against. 44-point deficit, Collingwood staring at 4-8-32 to Hawthorn 12-4-76. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage roll, and Elders, you can rely on Elders.
Test the most one-eyed Collingwood supporters. Can they actually string a few together? They don't have to be in front at three-quarter time. Can they be within 5 goals? It's probably as good as you're going to get. And then they'll back in their system and their ability to ramp up the pressure, and perceived pressure will kick in. But can't really see that happening at the moment. That goal was, it was a turn. Sicily's had 2 turnovers this quarter. You always know when Sicily's going well, he'll give you a couple back with his spot kicks in the corridor. So Joel on the ruck now was a little advantage to Collingwood in the centre bounce.
Cameron and Joel size each other up. Joel the leaper. Cameron stood in the middle and knocked it to Joel, who feeds it to Ward, chips it just over the head of Ginnivan. Found Perryman in the wrong jumper. He floats one wide. Houston, well, he could let this roll out or go and get it. What's he want to do here? He had Amon for company. It stays inside the field of play, and then it's almost on the full off Lockie Schultz. Collingwood at least with a longer break next week going into the Adelaide game, but boy, it gets even tougher than tonight next week. The Adelaide Crows at the Adelaide Oval next Saturday night for the Pies.
Boundary throw in. Scholl arrives late. Taps it down underneath. Crisp first access. Nick Dacos paddles. Grabs. Had to release though. McDonald and Nash bring it away for the Hawks. It bounces inside 50. Frampton up to meet it. All tried to get it to Darcy Moore. It wasn't much of a hand pass. Deere closes. Away to McStay. All hand pass to Lipinski. It's getting tougher and tougher. Perryman with the circle closing on him. Good work, Frampton. Out to Lipinski. Clears the area at least, and they will all take a deep breath, those Collingwood defenders. That had embarrassment written all over it.
So strategically, Jared, what the Pies, they did the last stoppage anyway. They played 6 forwards ahead of the play. You go wings one-on-one, pull your forwards back a little bit, try and expose a bit of space at the front of the stoppage.
Ball in wing. Darcy Cameron. Well, Joel let him take it so he could take Cameron. That was clever, actually. Ball knocked down towards Nick Dacos. He's got Newcomb for company. He flicks it to Houston. Gave it to McStay, playing off a half-back flank with Howe subbed out. Hawthorn still used their sub. Cameron gives it to Pendlebury. He chips it towards Myercheck. Can't mark it, off hands. Nash should get there first for the Hawks. Dragged down by Chris. Ball up. on the outer wing. So 18 minutes now gone, third term on the new tech. Optimise your business with automation clock. And it's still Hawthorn leading 76-32.
At the source, Pies had first access but lost it. Ginneman, Newcomb, Amon combined, kicking to centre field. Good gather. D'Ambrosio around the laces, released Ginneman. Quick hand pass over the top to McDonald. On then to Warple. Inside 50, it works. It lands right on the chest of Gunston. Always called play on, right. Hand pass to Ginneman in a hurry. D'Ambrosio is there. Out the side to Battle. Snuck forward, took the shot, missed to the left. 45-point leaders, the Hawks. A big moment for Bendix Brakes. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Brakes.
So strategically, that makes everyone vulnerable. When you play your 6 forwards, you pull back with a bit of length, you sacrifice your sweeping winger, you take him around to the other side, and you can get really hurt the other way. So the game will open up a little bit in the next 10 minutes.
D'Ambrosio gets on the end of the spill from the kick-in. He was given an eternity as well as Nick Dacos tackled him. Ball fell to Myercheck, gave it to Hoskin. Puts it in front of the go. He's got a couple of beat to go. He's got Harwick for company and Amon, and the 2 bit the 1. Handball to Barris. Goes wide to Impey, protected well by Chol without giving the free kick away. He did well there, Marbio. So Jarman Impey back pedals as we're ticking the time on third term. Brought to us by Deutz Far Tractors to Nash, and the switch is on, and they can smell more blood here, Hawthorn.
Amon patrols down the wing, has a bounce, ran his full measure, missed the hand pass to Jeff, and the moment passes as it runs out of play.
Okay, 6 minutes to go. No damage done yet if you're a Hawk supporter. The game's still in control. They've thrown a couple of different strategic moves to the Pies. It hasn't really worked at the moment.
Adam Simpson for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship expert. McStay away to Crisp. Ineffective hand pass. Cut off by Ginnivan. Amon gives a bit of ground. Hardwick links it up to Battle. Kicks the Hawks from half back to half forward. Shoal's going to have a couple to fly against. Crum, Watson taken high by Crisp. Clear free kick. No effort made to accentuate it. Just head over the footy. Quick release. Jack kicks the Hawks inside 50. Newcomb's having to fly. Lewis knocked it down to McDonald. High ball across the face of goal. Side bottom read the drop zone well. Takes the fair catch.
5.5 minutes left in the third. Side bottom goes inside. There's still, you read the belief in Collingwood that we're going to play this one out. We might still be a sneaky chance, but they bite off more than they can chew. Impey, the intercept to Gunston, top of the goal square. He's wound back the clock, Jack, this year. Could have played in the flag last year for Brisbane. Would have been bizarre. 3 for Hawthorn, 1 for Brisbane. Come back to Hawthorn, playing another one this year. Would have been something else. And will they sub him out for Luke Bruce as well? Any struts is going to make it mighty hard for Collingwood now. Gunston has 3, and that was a certainty for goal for DLF Seeds. Innovative foragers for farmers, delivering certainty through science. Here's Adam Simpson for MEGT, build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts.
It's really interesting, Dwayne, for a team that's so experienced that just panics is now set in, and the urgency of the scoreboard takes over. So you start taking risks. You try and play on from D50 rather than what they normally do, and it just fuels the momentum the other way. So Hawthorn going to be switched on for it, but everything that the Pies have tried, it's just felt sloppy tonight. As normally the left hand knows what the right hand's doing when you talk about Collingwood, and the system's broken down, the personnel's not functioning the way it should, and dare I say it, they're starting to show their age.
Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, saving your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. 16-2, Storm over the Broncos across the road. Meek down to Newcomb, kicks Slews out to the wing. D'Ambrosio underneath. Lipinski did enough to force a spoil. Pendlebury off the ground. Darcy Moore, hand pass to Lipinski, went past it. Nick Dacos overwhelmed by the pressure. Darcy Moore slaps it out the side. Pendlebury confronted by a couple, slipped across the turf. Darcy Moore confronted, released. Hawks have got good pressure around the footy. They get get to Nick Dacos and tie it up. It's a ball up.
Just on that pressure, that's what Collingwood's DNA is. They're going around 170 this quarter to Hawthorn's 192.
Hawthorn outpointing the Pies in every way. Make another tap to Goey though on the gather. Out to Pendlebury. Kicks from Myercheck, who propelled himself forwards. Couldn't take the mark, but he did get pushed. So the propulsion wasn't all of his own making.
He's on his own though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Myercheck, it feels like it's him or no one at the moment. Elliott's not in the game.
Kick comes near full forward. He overkicked long and Battle stood his ground calmly. Intercepts and releases to Amon. Joel makes the break on the near side and Frampton overcommitted. Joel given a running lane. Kicks up for Newcomb at half forward. He'll have a look up and see Lewis one-on-one. He gives it to Amon on the flyby. Dutch back inside. He's got Meek all on his own. Meek has won the ruck duel hands down tonight. Key matchups for Seek and you shall find, and he's lining up for goal number 3. Pushed into the action. Comes on as the sub. Everyone spent the week talking about 4 tools. There have been 5 tools. As Lloyd Meek puts through goal number 3. Game high 57-point lead. 14-5-89 Hawthorn to Collingwood 4-8-32. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage roll and Elders. You can rely on Elders.
Well, let's talk about Meek. He's only had the 9 possessions. I feel like all of them have been in the front half. He's kicked the 3 goals. He's had 27 hit-outs, 5 contested possessions and 4 tackles. And definitely the first half, the most dominant player on the ground. And I don't think he's kicked 3 goals in a game in his career, to be honest. And pretty good play there from the Hawks. I mean, they had the opportunity to go straight. Was it Amon who just decided to step inside, and we're all pointing to the spare from the box, and he found his way forward to the play again, Meek, and he's off the ball tonight.
Yeah, and Deere is off altogether now. He's the one that's been subbed out. Tausche Deere for Luke Bruce to come on. Free kick Hawthorn in the middle. So Watson's started in the middle for a few centre bounces, and it's been a success story. He gets the clearance here after a free, goes long. Lewis got there with a fist, knocked it down. Maynard to Nick Dacos, to Maynard. They run with Hamilton to Goey, back to Maynard. Looser further on, got it to Mitchell, centre of the ground. Heads a wobbler inside 50. Myercheck will bust, so they go to Myercheck, and he bends it around, not enough. Out of bounds on the full free kick. Hawthorn back pocket. 2 minutes 20 left on the new tech automation for manufacturing clock in his 3rd term. Brought to you by Deutz Far Tractors, and it's Hawthorn 14-5, Collingwood 4-8.
Your instincts are right. Simo Meek's first time 3 goals in a game. Collingwood's only goal of this term came while he was off the field. Hawks bring it down the wing. Mitchell put himself in the firing line. Bruce's first action is to gather and be tackled to ground by Cameron. With Bruce first up since round 9. Cameron spikes it out the side. Crisp trying to run onto it. Hand passed over his shoulder to no avail. Nash stood, released, knocked away from D'Ambrosio. It'll fall for Sidebottom, who kicks on the inside. Did well. Perryman has it. Quick deliver inside 50. Is short of the targets, though. It's a straight turnover. Scrimshaw releases Sicily. The Hawks are wide open. Lewis takes the mark. Gunston's on the lead. Or charged down by Darcy Moore was good stuff. Lipinski, Darcy Moore and Maynard get to work. They've saved a certain goal and they build the counter-attack.
So Membry inside to Long. They're not giving this one up, Collingwood. It's all but impossible, but they're not giving it up at least. And now Sidebottom takes the mark and can go back. It's not going to be the way it's transpiring now, the milestone that he wanted, game 350. It's a huge mountain to climb for Collingwood. They've climbed a few mountains in time before, and still Sidebottom's been part of the reason why they've been able to. So can he finish this off with about 25 seconds left in the 3rd and give them some hope at 3/4 time? In game 350, in he struts, and that's kind of the tale of the night for Collingwood. It's a not quite night for most of them. So 30 seconds left to be precise. Here's Gerard Whateley on AFL Nation, brought to us by the 4 and 20 sausage roll.
Hardwick marks the kick in. So 4 goals to 1 Hawthorn's way in this term as they have grown their lead. Long down the line. Quaynor at the back paddles it for the boundary and sees it over.
Last 16 contested possessions, plus 8 clearances, the Hawks. So this sustained attack on the midfield's really holding up well.
Stats for Milwaukee. Tool redemptions now on at authorised retailers. De Goey getting busy at the stoppage from hands and knees. Hand passes to Mitchell. It's a high wobbling ball up toward the 50. It clears the first pack. Membry tried to knock it on. Ended up with it. And that is 3/4 time. Hawks in total control at the final change here at the MCG. 14-5-89 to Collingwood 4-9-33. Multiple goal kickers, 3 for Meek and Gunston, 2 for Chol and Watson, while 2 for Brodie Myercheck. Hawks by 56 points at the final change. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage roll and Elders. You can rely on Elders.
That quarter on AFL Nation was the Deutz-Bar Tractors. Deals are on now. Contact your local Deutz-Bar dealer today. The grass is greener.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. Also that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder. That's because Bar Crusher boats lead the industry in design excellence and quality to ensure they produce the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market. Get your ultimate fishing weapon in 2025. Find Bar Crusher boats at Bar Crusher Melbourne on Quality Drive, Dandenong, or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
Yes, I do, Dee. Loud and proud. Turn it up. Yeah, that's it. Yes, I have hot chips and 6 middies for dinner. And yes, I kick on after kick to kick. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I do, Dee.
You top it, you shank it, you chunk it, you yell a lot. But then, that one pure shot, a drive down the middle, a wedge that actually checks up, a putt that drops when you least expect it. That's why you keep coming back, because there's never enough golf. At Golfbox, we get it. The clubs, the bags, the gear, delivered fast, so you can keep chasing that one good shot. Wait, I think that one's taken down. Golfbox, there's never enough golf.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit chaingroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Come in now to your local Harley-Davidson dealership and we'll set you up with a deposit contribution on select year 24 models. Don't wait for your freedom. Our deposit contribution for your new Harley is ready and waiting in dealerships today. You can ride away with serious savings and even more attitude. And with 24 months roadside and warranty as standard, it's time to ride. Offer ends soon. Terms and conditions apply. See your nearest Harley-Davidson dealer for full details.
It's OMF's birthday sale and you're getting the gifts. Incredible birthday offers across mattresses and bedding. Grab the new look BC7 for just over $1,000 or the Morton Flex, amazing comfort for under $1,300. This week score 2 bonus pillows when you buy any modern, family or signature mattress. And great deals across selected bedroom furniture too. These birthday offers won't last. Don't miss out. End soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. The Big Arch Burger has now arrived at Macca's.
Watson paddles into open space, gives it to Newcomb. Home she goes. Hawks get the first of the third term and the momentum rolls on.
Impey, the intercept to Gunston, top of the goal square. Vinny Struts is going to make it mighty hard for Collingwood now. Gunston has 3.
He gives it to Amon on the flyby. Ducks back inside. He's got Meek all on his own. As Lloyd Meek puts through goal number 3. It's all Hawthorn at the MCG, 56-point leaders at three-quarter time around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day at Chemist Warehouse. Storm 22, Broncos 2, late in the piece across the road. Adam Simpson, what say you?
Well, they had a swing that quarter, the Pies, and they actually won the inside 50s, 16-13. You know, they sort of equalised the clearances to a certain degree, but the scoreboard impact was the opposite, wasn't it? In the end, it was a dominant quarter from Hawthorn with the efficiency of the front half. So they tried different things. They played 6 forwards ahead of the play and wings 1-on-1, and they brought us extra up to the stoppage. They had to go on ball. But really, it's done nothing. It's held sway. That's about it. So win the last quarter will be the goal for the Pies, and for the Hawks, let's leave a scar. If we play these guys again, let's ram it home.
Hawthorn by 56 points entering the final term. Meeks tap shark by Pendlebury, tackled by Nash. Hand it back to the up. Second go at it. Cameron taps it down. Taken by Nash. Got it to his boots. McStay almost brought it to ground. Lewis coming through for the Hawks. Kick was smothered by Maynard. Good reach with the one arm. And then he runs into Warple, who tried to fend him off. Maynard ends up winning the duel. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Kicks it around the corner. Well-weighted ball. Crisp marks and plays on. Has a look at the 50. Set it up shallow for Elliott. Hardwick jarred the ball clear and won it. Off to Sicily. Works it around to Newcomb. Hawks from the defensive 50. Too strong for Bruce. And Pendlebury sees it away out of bounds.
Final term brought to us by Tyre Power, the Power Up sale. Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au. Great to have your company on AFL Nation for Elders. You can rely on Elders. Ball back into play, early stages last term. Mick got a toe on it in the ruck contest. He has toe on it. When it went to Nick Dacos, who goes to Amon. Hawthorn with all the answers at the moment. Amon with the intercept mark. So many of their match winners have been shut down tonight. Collingwood. Amon long. Moore goes with a fist, but Joel crumbs it. Looks to Nash. Looks to Impey. Had to go down low. Gets it. Gave it back to Amon. All the way back to Hardwick. So Hardwick looks up. He's got a couple of runners out of side. Scrimshaw the one he wants. Scrimshaw barking instructions before he even got it. He better get it first. He does get it, but Membry got him. Sicily gave it to Scrimshaw, and they're out here. Ginnivan can go, and they can put Collingwood away early here with an early goal.
Amon shares it around with Newcomb. Second-guessed himself. Now he decides to go strong inside the 50. Magpies have got good representation at the aerial contest, but Moore works it around, and Warple will get the shot at goal. So Dylan Moore stayed down. Good disciplines. Collingwood committed all their numbers to the spoil.
It's an interesting system, the Pies. It's always been stacks on, really. It's get numbers to the contest, and it's worked really well for them for the last 3 years, but tonight they're not winning that ball, and it gets on the outside, and the Hawks are available everywhere. Another classic example then.
James Warple, 15 disposals to this point to push it beyond the 10-goal threshold. Warple takes his moment, and the Hawks celebrate with great enthusiasm. There's no missing the messages being sent in the middle. 62-point leaders on the Power-Up Sales scoreboard.
It doesn't look like they're going to stop, Jared. They look like they're up for the four-quarter performance. And is this stay more about the Pies or about the Hawks? That's the question. I don't think it's getting really late in the season to say, well, that was our game, we slipped, we didn't turn up today and we'll get on with it next week. Or do I need to tell the boys about the contest like Brisbane did last week? Remember that conversation post-game? Maybe he should have. Maybe he should worry about his own side and what they're doing, because at the moment, as much as you trust your team, you're not really delivering on the fundamentals of the game.
And they could even meet back here in about a month's time as well. Maybe in an elimination final or something bigger. Pendlebury out of the middle, feeds the handball off to Crisp, got past the traffic, thumps it along down the spine. Impey went up, couldn't mark it. Membry tries to crumb it. Scrimshaw with him, on him like a glove, and the ball out of play, forward pocket for Collingwood.
Having said that, they've been pretty resilient, haven't they? They haven't let us down too often in the last 3 years, so we've got to back in the coach as well. So it's a line ball discussion going forward.
It's going to be 4 out of 5 that have been lost, and this by far and away the worst of them. Jap, sharp kick, claimed by Warple. Meanders to the defensive 50. He's kicked it not really to the advantage of Gunston, although the bounce was awkward for Frampton. Onto it sweeps Perryman. Houston's having a devil of a season. He's got it, but he's put Perryman under pressure. Runs away from it and steers the pass to Pendlebury. Has a look inboard, so right into the corridor. McStay, roaming. Delivers in the Elliott direction, but getting back is Scrimshaw. And takes a very good intercept mark.
It's out wide to Dylan Moore, who can go if he wants to. And he wants to because he's got Lewis out. He didn't hit him lace out, though. He split the middle. He had Ginnivan and Lewis. It was picked off by Perriman. He made Josh Dacos work too hard for it. Had to give it back to Houston, who Ginnivan grabs high. Gives out a bit of his own medicine there. And Ginnivan thumps the arm of Perriman, who was trying to grab a hold of him, and Ginnivan could have just pointed at the scoreboard if he wanted to. Frampton lopes through half back. In fact, the bounce doesn't even come back to him. Had time to pick it up now. Sizzle one down the spot to Degoe. Can't take the chest mark. It hits the deck. Little paddle out to Nick Dacos. Missed him. Warple did well. Nashed it even better. He bounced off him like a rubber ball, the attempted tackler, and he bounced it inside 50. Maynard stood in the hole. Floats it wide to Pendlebury. And what are Collingwood going to do in this last, what have we got, 15 minutes of this game in the last quarter here? Pendlebury to Dacos, wide to Maynard or Schultz, who hasn't seen a lot of it, hands it off to Lipinski, and he sends them forward to Cameron.
So Cameron left half forward. He's balked the hand pass back to Lipinski. So the ruckman backs away. He's changed his mind 4 or 5 times on his heels. Short to Mitchell. So his reinsertion hasn't worked.
15 disposals for Mitchell. 7 contested. 138 metres gained.
Around to Maynard. points and then follows through. A kick to the hot spots. Membry has a fly. Underneath, Chris trying to bust through. Got caught. Some sort of disposal away. Newcomb, Wards, Dylan Moore, Impey, Nash. They're all hand passes. Nash popped it over the top for the run of McDonald. Could have linked it up. Goes to kick instead. Dylan Moore. Oh, Proust it is with the one-on-one. Frampton makes the tackle but gave away the free kick. It's Proust's ball. I don't think there'll be many phone calls this week of Billy Frampton the saviour.
He almost saved it though. That's not Frampton's fault, is it? That's the lack of forward pressure that Collingwood are renowned for. That you take the game on against the Pies. It seems to work at the moment.
Just his 6th appearance of the season, Luke Proust. He stabs it and misses from directly in front, 30 out. It's a bit of ring rust, I reckon. 63-point leaders. Tyre power up sale.
Fair record though, isn't it? 552 goals for Luke Proust. And a fair effort from Hawthorn tonight. This will be discussed a lot in the coming day, week, maybe month. What did this game mean overall? Darcy Moore goes wide. Got it to Schultz. A little fake from Josh Dacos was nice. Heads longer to Membry and he takes the mark. Inside 50. He's within range here. He needs to just go back and do what they pay him for. Keep the goal from 50 out, 45-degree angle. Has the ball in his hand for Maccas. The big Archburger has now arrived at Maccas. Slow walk in. A few Collingwood fans might have departed, but there's plenty of Hawthorn fans sticking around to sing the song in this one. He goes long, it's high, it's a ripper. That is a great goal. That is one of the goals of the day for Beaumont's. Laminate in store now at Beaumont's. Probably not quite as good as the Wizards' goal earlier, but it was a good goal nonetheless. 96-39, 15-6 plays 5-9 on the Tyre Power Up Sales scoreboard. A little bit more from our expert for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, Adam Simpson.
Well, it's important they get something out of this last quarter. You know, there's 13 minutes to go. They can't take the foot off the pedal in terms of trying to get back into it. I'm not going to get back into the game, but they can build something for next week. When you look at the injury list for Collingwood at the moment, obviously Howe's going to be unavailable next week, but outside of him, there's McCreary's the only other one I can see that's not in this side.
Bobby Hill's got gastro.
And Bobby Hill's the other one, yeah, but it's not like it's 8 or 9 deep, so they need to back these boys in to finish off this quarter well in the build-up for a big game next week.
Adam Simpson for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. 57 points, Hawthorn's lead. Crisp hacks it off the turf in the middle. De Goey on the gather. Hand passed out to Mitchell. Links it to the outside run of Lipinski. Checked his kick inside 50 and Crisp has it 45 out. Not enough to be the 15 metres to be paid a mark. He tucks it up into the pocket. Hawthorn cover it well. Scrimshaw came out. Amon, D'Ambrosio over the top to Ward. Links it up to Amon running through the defensive 50. Impey left him in his way. What a thrilling dash from a standing start. Had a bounce. Gives the hand pass away to Nash. Popped it over the top for Bruce, who will go for Ginnivan or Chol. Take your pick, Chol. Ginnivan didn't give him right away. Chol had to hold his ground. I'm counting that as a contested mark.
Just in case you want to let me mark it, I'm going to jump. Yeah, another rebound 50 to inside 50 for the Hawks, which it is unusual for the Pies to concede that much ground from a opportunity to score to opportunity to get scored against. It's just happened probably too often tonight.
Mabior Chol has kicked 2 goals, 1. This is his most difficult shot. It'll have to go 40 metres. He's wide out on the left. Chol hit that pure. He nurses them from close in, but he's got a lovely kick from range. 3 for Chol as the forwards cash in and the margin reset at 63. 3 for Chol, 3 for Gunston and 3 for Meek.
You know, I don't know when I started doing it, and you guys have all got your own ways of looking at things, but whenever someone has a set shot, I just look at the kicker. I never look at the ball, and you get that split-second result because of it. And It literally hit his boot, and he turned to the crowd and put his arms stretched out like Jesus and said, "Hey, what do you think of that?" And we haven't seen this year the hot ball, the over-exuberant celebrations, I won't say immaturity. It looks a lot more of a mature lineup where we're here for business as much as entertainment. It's probably a sign of maturity, you would have thought, boys, as opposed to this time last year. They're caught up in the rest of it all.
I reckon they're picking and choosing their moments a bit smarter. They do still celebrate. They still enjoy each other's company when they kick goals, but I think they're just a little bit smarter about not making it look arrogant. Joel gets on the end of the clearance, kicks inside 50. Bruce tries to flick it out to Watson, couldn't get there. Perryman, Watson's hurt, goes down, he should be okay. Maynard, Perryman, Elliott comes down to half back to Linderhan, chips it wide to Dacos, but it was virtually a backward kick. Josh Dacos on the back pedal, hits high. Membry, Impey jumps in, 2-on-1, down to McDonald with a spill, gave it to Sicily, inside kick to big Lloyd Meek, who might be close to best on ground. Adam Simpson with the votes a little bit later on, but he's got to be a contender. Back to Sicily, back to battle on a half-back flank. He's got plenty of outlets. He chips it to Ward, and he in turn to Ginnivan on the wing. They're messing with him now.
Yes, they are. And with the Collingwood fans having evacuated, it's Hawks only to cheer on Ginnivan. Ginnivan pulls the kick up toward half forward. Lewis got moved underneath by Maynard. Can't do that. So Mitch Lewis right half forward for the Hawks. Joel and Jaff are the two deep targets. It's Mitchell Lewis thinking here. He tosses it up to the hot spots. Frampton and Chol wrestle. Cameron fills the hole and really takes the mark before Brust can arrive. 102 plays 39 on the Tyre Power Up Sales scoreboard.
Chip wide to Josh Dacos, goes inside to Tom Mitchell. He bounced it to side bottom, and he's caught by a Warple ball. And there's a little bit of too slow about some of the movements of Collingwood tonight.
McCreary and Hill are big outs, aren't they, when you think about it?
Speed, athleticism. So Impey's got it. Chip kick to Gunston, 60 out. Jack turns and looks, he knows he hasn't quite got this distance covered, I reckon. But if he winds up, he's actually kicking a divot in the ground to go through his normal routine. No, he doesn't go for goal. He goes with a short pass to the pocket to his old mate Luke Bruce. Should have known that was coming. Ball in, forward pocket.
I was at Hawthorn in 2010 and they were doing that.
The two of them?
Yeah. It was look early, look late. Spot kick. 15 years ago, Dwayne, and they're still at the higher end of the competition.
Left forward pocket for the Hawks at the throw-in. A lot happening at the stoppage. Ginnivan got dragged down. Pendlebury cleared the area as a blind kick, though, into the middle. Hardwick cuts it off. Resets the angles of attack. Ward has it at right half forward. Plays it around the perimeter. Dylan Moore makes the incision. Is it 15? It is. And McDonald stepped inside the arc to be the target. So the Giants put 104 on Collingwood in opening rounds. The Magpies hadn't conceded 100 points again until tonight. If McDonald kicks this, it'll be the biggest score they have seen go through.
And their biggest margin, close to the biggest margin of the year.
And to get spanked in opening round. McDonald gives it the lot. It's just across the face, and it's through for a minor score. Yeah, the Giants beat them by 52. Okay. This is going to be north of that at 64 and counting.
Houston blasted out in the Quaynor direction. He took a good strong grab. Half-back flank, but when you know, you know, and Collingwood know now. This one's beyond repair. Heads toward Membry. Impey front spot, got a fist on it down to Long. He thumps it, but it'll be Battle's ball. He's got three Hawthorn players around him, barking instructions, calling for the short. He ignores Hardwick. He ignored Amon. He went to Impey, maybe seniority. Impey goes wider. Maybe they're sticking to the boundary. That's the mode that their coach, Sam Mitchell, has called for to Scrimshaw up against the boundary on a half-back flank. We'll see if he switches here. He elects not to. He did get blasted for a bad switch earlier last year. Huge fly by Lewis. Couldn't bring it down. Jaff had a piece of it, lost it. Pendlebury sizzles a handball along the deck to Nick Dacos to Cameron. Hands it to Long. Hands it to Pendlebury. 60 from goal. Thumps it towards Will Hoskin. Elliott got the early fly. Can't mark it. Schultz. Can he get himself a consolation prize? He shoots it back to side bottom. Goes to the pocket to Mychek, who's been the lone hand inside 50. And he'll line up a goal from 48 metres out up against the line.
Still 7 minutes to go, boys, so it feels like there's a minute to go the way the last couple of minutes has been played out. So Fly will be thinking about his press conference, his messaging to the players. How do we get him up for next week?
Mychek, that's a ripper off the boot. That is a sensational point.
Sam Mitchell's thinking about resting some players with 5 minutes to go. Who do we manage? How many day break till next week? How do we keep a lid on things? It's the analogy about acting like you've done this before. That's and Sam's built for that, isn't he? He's got that demeanour that. Why are you so surprised about how we played tonight?
Hawthorn got Melbourne on Saturday in round 23. Amon got collared as he worked his kick away, so it's down the ground, but it was also a mark to McDonald's. McDonald brings it inboard to Nash, still inside the defensive 50. McDonald comes on the wraparound to receive the hand pass, kicks into the middle. Darcy Moore had that well covered from the moment that left the boots.
Just think Hawthorn have gone to a +1 structure. See the basic sign on the boundary line that just says +1, so I don't think they're too worried about the opposition knowing it. There's no bowl of noodles or tank or whatever they're saying. It just says +1.
Yeah, that's funny.
Scrimshaw worked the interception, and Battle is the man to deliver over the top of Darcy Moore's intercept and tempt this time. It runs on to McStay. Hand pass to Nick Dacos and on to side bottom. Brings it out the near side. Maynard onto the bouncing ball. He's right on halfway in front of the members. Kicks it for Schultz, folding back Hardwick. It's been tremendous. He has had a fist, it seems, in everything.
Just for anyone watching at the ground level, when you have a +1, your forwards have to play high. You can't have this big lengthy gap where Moore just stands on his own. So the +1 has a strategy behind it. It's an extra forward up the ground and the rest of the forwards squeeze up.
68,500 in the house. I thought there was a bit more than that, but it's been a pretty good performance for the majority of them that have come because they're Hawthorn fans. It's Hawthorn home game. Ward inside, Amon, hands to Wimpy, and here they go again. Has a run and a bounce. Elliott comes at him, but he's got Elliott covered. He goes long to Bruce. Can he get there, Luke Bruce? He does. They crunch him. Ball knocked down. Gunston, he might get another little consolation prize. He's had a brilliant night, Jack. 4 goals. 4 goals for Jack Gunston. And it's been a delight to watch. They've had this game in their keeping for a long time. It's not the game seal a moment for Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond. That was maybe sometime halfway through the second term. But it's looking like a percentage boosting smashing now for the Hawks.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Sicily's been good again. Meek probably was there when it mattered the most. He's probably almost getting the votes tonight. But Gunston, over 50 goals, a 35-year-old. It's just smart, so isn't it? Like, he left his man. Frampton goes to the contest. He goes, I'm not going to go with you. And there's a chance this might flip out the back. And if you're going to kick 50, 60 goals, you probably get 15 like that. It just footy smarts takes over.
Crucial moment of the season for New Farm, Australian through and through. Some of this Magpie defending has to be seen to be believed. Perryman tried to fight his way through. Watson got taken to ground. De Goey received the hand pass. He got taken to ground by Amon. Umpires are still waving play on. Finally it ends in a ball up. No, it's high contact. It'll go Lipinski's way. Gives the hand pass to Nick Dacos. Sags the kick out the side to Quaynor. Bit of signalling as he kicks up for Schultz, who darted on the tick lead and takes the mark.
Anyone a chance to run down Nick Dacos in the Brownlow?
Anderson.
Yep, Anderson and Jordan Dawson.
You'll have a voteless night again tonight, Nick.
The interesting thing about, just changing subject briefly, is this forward pressure they've lived off. Schultz is almost the only one that's bringing heat.
Schultz from 35 out, sneaks it in for a goal. Collingwood 6th of the night and 2nd of the final term. Margin back to 63 points. And there is 3 minutes 45 left on the new tech clock. Optimise your business with automation.
And that's what Macquarie brings. You know, they've got to live off pressure, and their pressure tonight's been 165. You know, they've been up around the 200s before. And tonight we just haven't seen that forward pressure. And when DeGoey comes back in the side, and Elliott and these types, well, probably not known for that tenacity around the ball when it's inside their forward 50. So that's been off, to be honest. It's their forward pressure. Obviously their back line in the midfield have not delivered tonight, but the forward tenacity that we normally see hasn't been evident as well.
So Meek and Cameron to go at the ruck work. Still 3:45 left, final term. Meek almost got it to Watson, who was running at full tilt through the middle in the centre square for that ball up again. Elliott flies, can't mark it. Impey crumbs it, goes to Amon, hands to Newcomb. And they just weave it around with hand and foot here, the Hawks, they do. Impey, McDonald, battle. Chips back to Impey, not the required. He chips it to Amon. Was that the required? No. Cut down by Quaynor, dispossessed. Lipinski to Josh Dacos, and he thumps it towards Membry, who's in a good spot. Not tunneled by Barras. He did pretty well. He took body, didn't get any ball, but it was an illegal attempt. At least Nash goes short to Ginnivan. He goes inside to Ward. What's Ward want to do here? Hold it up? What's the mode? He goes to Bruce, middle of the ground, and Bruce can decide whether they play on quickly or not.
He brings it up to half forwards. Lewis takes the mark and takes off. He's going to wind it right up. It's just a bit short, off hands, touched through. So that's 64 points. Just having a look. Hawthorn beat Collingwood by 66 late last year, which was the biggest defeat of the McRae reign. So this is
up there,
a goal away from that.
Wait until he gets in the hundreds. Then you've really coached.
Pendlebury, wide ball, underway by Lewis, but he didn't kill it. He killed it to Sidebottom, who loops it inside to Long. Couldn't quite get away from Lewis, who got him by the Dax, and now Impey got Sidebottom. Here's the Wizard, runs through a couple of tacklers, gave it to McDonald, called that a kick. It went about a metre. Pendlebury cuts it off. He chips around his body from one half back flank to the other. So Sicily's pushed forward here. Sicily goes and gets it, ran out from the attacking 50, gave it to Nash, gave it to Ginnivan, all the way back to Amon. What does Amon want to do here? He fans it wide. D'Ambrosio, crowded forward line, pulls the kick late, lace out to Bruce. Maynard tried to pick his pocket, but it'll be a shot at goal from 45.
Interesting about McRae, he sort of came in and had immediate impact, didn't he? It's been just a linear rise of success, and not often you get that in a coaching career. He's in his 4th year, is he?
Yes.
So dealing with a bit of adversity, you know, didn't make finals last year.
Oh, he tried to fake and it didn't work. He changed his mind after the ball drop, Luke Bruce. That looked a little rusty. Elliott picks it off, gave it up to DeGoey. He's got a couple of options. He's got McStay. He hits McStay. Sicily got back, did brilliantly. So he was playing in defence. He just drifted inside, attacking 50 for the fun of it.
Do you reckon that'll be so? 64 points up. Captain goes back with a flight, puts himself in absolute harm's way. Pretty sure that gets highlighted.
That's the trademark clip of the week that they'd show on Monday.
And the Hawks build to right half-back. Newcomb goes on a bouncing run. Lags the hand pass to Sicily. He has a little trot to halfway with his own bounce. Gives it to Ginnivan as the Hawks fans fill the air at the MCG with their own chant. It's a straight turnover. Unfortunately, long. He kicks to McStay, who breaks from the members' wing. Has a look at the forward setup, takes a bounce himself, kicks it up to full forward. Membry was the target, propelled himself forward as he was losing balance. And the Hawks rounded up in defence. D'Ambrosio brings it up to McDonald's. And out now to Chol. They've chatted and they've roared and they've clapped, and now the Hawks fans are about to feel the deep satisfaction of a huge win with big ramifications. Hawthorn paves its way to the finals with a thumping that leaves Collingwood teetering. Fortunes rise and fall on a 64-point result at the MCG.
We love our club and we play to win, riding the bumps with a grin and Hawthorn. Come on, may you fight the striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one, the way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty, mighty Hawks.
The Hawks led all night by 6 points at quarter time, 39 at the half, 56 at three-quarter time and 64 at the close. 17 goals, 8, 110 Hawthorn over Collingwood, 6-10-46. 4 goals for Gunston, 3 each for Meek and Chol, 2 to Watson with singles to Lewis, Newcomb, Warple, Moore and Deer. 2 for Myercheck and singles to Lipinski, DeGoey, Schultz and Membry. 68,515 to see the Hawks belt the Pies.